Okay, I think we are ready. Let me just double check here. Could you give me a sound check on the other end?
And there's a sound
Yep,
check.
that's working.
Just don't cache it.
Ain't worth the paper it's printed on. Okay, I think we're ready. So, welcome everyone. It's Tuesday, February 7th, 2017. And it's the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group once again. Because it's Tuesday, that's what we do here. And my name's Rick Crammond, and I'll be your host today as we work away at different little things that are related to the Keshe technology. Okay, I'm going to mute that chime because we don't need that. And, okay, let's see what we have going on today. I don't have anything particular to start off with here, so we'll just have to wing it as we usually do here. The seat of the pants method rather than by the book. That's the way I prefer it. So, in that sense, who's got something they'd like to show this week? Show and tell time. I see Lee Coates is there, but I don't know if his video's up yet, so I'm not sure if he's got something he wants to show. About it, Lee, you got something there? Or, oh, I see a video coming in here. We have an incoming. Let me just get it lined up here. Why do I not have ability to do, there we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, you're up and at 'em there now. What's happening on this week's activities, Lee? Anything new to... well, of course you have something new. What am I saying? You have... What does that say on there? Gold! G-O... Oh, gold! All right, well...
Wishful thinking, eh?
Yeah, this will get people going, that's for sure.
So I just work in progress there. I got my 2 spinning balls going. Only thing is when they spin, they're leaking on me, so I got to fix the leaks. So this, but it'll. It just blew a gasket.
Holy cow! Yeah, you need a safety shield around that because those suckers are really going. You must be turning 5,000 or 6,000 RPM anyway there.
Well, the motor will go up to 18, but I don't know what it goes with the ball.
Yeah, right. It was heading toward 18 before the little spurt there. Jeez, what do you got?
Anyway,
you've got a gasket in there.
The other day. They didn't do a very good job. So I think I'm gonna have to epoxy them. I gotta take them apart and redo the joint.
How many you have? It's not a very clear picture. They're bolts that are holding them in together now, right? So what, 4 or 5 bolts?
There's 2 pop rivets on it.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
relying on the glue, so I need some washers for the pop rivets because they're sucking into the fiberglass. I don't have them, so I'm missing some parts.
Yeah.
And it's got a little click where because of the motor attached into the shaft. What I'm going to do is you can get these universal joints over Princess Auto.
Yes, I've seen them.
So
yeah.
I'm going to stick that on the motor there, and I think that'll get rid of that click, click, click.
Right. Okay.
I don't know anything here.
As long as you have a bearing at the bottom and the top of the unit itself, right? And then the motor's separate. So yeah.
So I got 2 bearings down the bottom here, and 2 bearings on top on this shaft.
Oh,
This one slides out now and just goes into the top of the. It wobbles quite a bit without this, but when you stick the thing on top, it really settles it down.
Oh yeah.
So.
And that was
that.
Those were bushings you put in there, so that makes it easy.
Those bronze bushings.
Yeah.
So, but for this blueprint I'm trying to follow here, they got to be spinning at 5,000 RPM. So
Okay.
That's a lot of pressure at 5,000 RPM on that joint.
Oh, it is. It is. You could actually calculate that out with the radius of the sphere, and there's a little program that I've suggested before in the past that people can use.
Yeah.
And it's probably, I don't know, maybe close to 1,000 Gs or something like that in that situation. So instead of that every cubic centimeter around the edge weighing 1 gram, it would weigh 1,000 grams, or in other words, a kilogram on each, square centimeter of gasket there.
Yeah, when you think of a plumber's pipe, I mean, water's only maybe 100 pounds, and maybe sprinkler lines, they might test it up to 150 or something.
150.
We're trying to keep it watertight at 1,000.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy what we're doing.
Yeah, you could actually calculate the PSI. I'm not sure what that would work out to be, but at a kilogram per square centimeter, it's probably actually more than that. I think it's Anyway, it could be calculated. The main thing is you're going to have to do something to keep the stuff inside that's supposed to be inside, eh?
That's right. So anyway, work in progress.
Yeah, neat. Thanks for the action shots there, Lee. It's good. This is real life experimenting we do
real
here.
Life.
So
sprayed in the face with acid water. Well, I guess that was caustic water.
Oh, maybe you better go wash up then, because that could eat into you a bit. Actually, that could be kind of hard on the skin.
It wouldn't hurt. It's not real causticy, but
okay.
It's definitely below or above 7.
Yeah, right. Well, some people are running like pH 12 or something, or down in pH 2 or 3 or something, and that could be quite dangerous if it leaks into your eyes when you're rotating. So
I was wearing glasses.
Yep. It's a good thing you always wear safety glasses. That's a good thing.
Now I know I got to go get my other safety glasses that really fit tight.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Well, interesting. I thought you might have already run it for a while and started to build up your gold supply there so you could buy more parts, but
well, that's what I got to do that to pay my bills.
Yeah, that's the thing about this experiment. You need to make gold in order to continue. That's okay. All right, great. Anything else to report there, Lee?
I got to go move my computer to the other room, and then I'll show you another thing I got on the go.
Alrighty, great.
So someone else can share while I'm moving.
Okay, anybody else have something they'd like to bring up now, or something to show at this point in time?
Well, I don't have anything to show just yet, but I'd like to put out a huge thank you to 2 people. John Kammerer for an incredibly generous donation, set me up completely with my 3D printer lab. They'll be in sometime middle of March. I should be up and running beginning of April. And also to Steve Sager, who donated 220 meters of bare copper wire for me to work with. So thank you so much for the generous donations, and I'll do my best to make it worth your while.
Right on, John. That's nice. It's good to give a shout out to people that are helping out in the background. So, okay, what else we got lined up here today? Let's see who's in here. Tomas, did you have something today? You had something, I think, last week. I thought you wanted to maybe carry on with, but or Alper, do you have something new today? Okay, moving along. Anybody else?
Yeah, David, how are you?
Hi.
Give me a second, I need to actually set up the microphone.
Actually, I got plenty things.
Do you go by Tom or Tomaz?
Tom is fine. The English pronunciation is probably difficult. This is the Polish name, anyway.
Okay.
But from London. All right. One very interesting experiment. Really, this is something was completely surprised me this week. I do always some experiment with the coils. I get kind of crazy idea. Idea reflection about this coil. I think if you see any awards, like seriously awards, something like a Nobel Prize, but something seriously. This coil, the idea for the coil, they should win, the winner. Mr. Machman should be winner from this idea. So I try play with the coils, and this is the hello everyone. Okay, I switch off camera. Okay.
Oops, so you just got to get you spotted here. Okay.
All right.
There we go.
We find in the background. I get some graphs and my cup of tea. Anyway, okay, that's the kind of safer issue. The paper avoid coin destruct. Okay, and then something was completely surprised me because this is the nano coating. This is only pure nano coated coil. I mean, these few ganses top of the coils, but they didn't make this color. But the color and all this kind of, I don't know if you see, the light is not that good, but it's sparkling. It's like I don't know, disco ball basically. And
it's sparkling, you say?
Exactly, it looks like surrounded by kind of crystal dust. Exactly, it's so cool looking something. It's incredible. The size is different, of course, because I play with the different sizes. This is the 108 by 54. It's the same like. I will try to put somewhere. Put camera on a stable place. Sorry.
Yeah, like if you keep the camera really still, it'll make a big difference on the picture for us.
Oh, okay. Should be all right now.
Right, that's way better. Thank you. Okay. I see a little bit of shininess, but it looks it mainly looks like a different color than most coils, sort of almost a brownish rather than black. Is it that way on your end?
This is the light. The light is that's the problem. In normal daily light is like a tritium color. It's kind of bluish, ultraviolet, something like that. But this light is too warm and always the brownish effect. So
right.
Sorry. It's not that's very visible on the camera. If you're gonna take through the hands and put to the normal daily light, it's an incredible effect.
So you say it's got sparkles in it, though, eh?
Exactly. So it looks like a surrounded by crystals. Sorry.
Okay, and you've already washed off the caustic and so on, and
I was made this coil because I do coil kind of complex way. I try experiment with few different type of graphene, and as you see, this is the next example. This is also same shot, but two different types of nano coating. The base was the same, was fire, was using a propan butane basically, and that's
sorry,
the fire,
yeah,
gas. But gas is like a first thing when I do, and after then I put the coil through the pots and actually steaming with the caustic. This is like two methods, both the fire and the caustic, and the cold caustic and the warm caustic, but the warm in a different method because I mean it's two different types. The one is cold and one is warm. The warm is up to 75 Celsius degree. Because I remember for a long time ago, that was old teachings. Guys from, I don't remember, it was Serbia or something like that. They do experiment with the graphene and they check in a laboratory how look progression when you try cultivate graphene on a coil, and they discover the PN junction when you do graphene in a higher degree, so like up to 75 Celsius in a steaming condition. You get quite huge, quite big PN junction. That's mean the gaps between the layers in the graphene. So,
but that's graphene, though. We're not making graphene, right?
Yeah, that's Sorry, that's nano coating layer basically.
Yeah, well, it's true. Some of the similar techniques can be applied, whether it's copper or carbon, as far as that goes too.
Okay, and this
Okay, yep.
is and that was the same idea. The first, okay, camera please. Okay, thank you. The first was fire nanocoated by fire, just normal propan button, and then after then was boiled, not boiled actually, was steamed in caustic soda, but the caustic soda was together with the salt, with 3 different types of salt. Normal salt, just small drop, a little bit small amount. I don't know how much. It's like just few drops, basically, like something between your fingers. And that was normal sea salt. After the sea salt was Epsom salt and magnesium salt. It was 3 different types of salts, and of course caustic soda. And inside was zinc, but the different, because I built reactor inside the pot, because I got the pot, the steamer. I like to build something like a reactor, so I got this piece of plastic inside liquid on the bottom, and a piece of aluminum and all these things. Sometimes piece of silver and other different components. I mean, depends what you like to do with your nano-coated layer. I mean, how many elements you like at inside, and after then, when I get this this level, when I put the coils with steaming condition, I actually try to recreate same environment like inside the liquid. So top of I mean, close to the coils, you get something like a piece of plastic and aluminum foil. So there's like the same elements on the steaming condition, the vapor condition, and the same elements inside the liquid condition. So they try match together and build kind of a reactor inside. So the idea is the same from the black ones and these shiny ones. But this one, the difference is salt inside. And the salt probably make all these fancy elements. It looks like seriously like a disco ball, like a bluish disco ball. I mean, it's not that visible on the camera. I didn't get that's good camera. So that's the next experiment. They wait now to be finally set up through the stacker, and a very interesting impression from this coil. It's very interesting. So me and my friends, when you constantly we tried this coil. So when you constantly take this coil, hold this coil like that, you constantly feel like a worm on the bottom.
Sorry, your audio broke up there. You say it looks warm on the. It feels.
For a second. And it's quite strong.
Sorry.
If you're gonna hold in your hand, you feel warm, like you feel hot. The something like I know the coil generate kind of fraction is quite warm in your hand. But if you're gonna put on a table like that, not in your hands, and you're gonna put the hands, I will try. So something like that on the top of the coil, like a windy effect, very windy. The most stronger coil when I got it in my hands, when I hold it in my hand. The most strong, this coil generate actually the most strongest effort, like when you're gonna hold in the hand, when you put the hand on top. So I'm quite excited now what's gonna happen if I'm gonna connect all these coils and build the stacker with all this stuff. I got extra capacitors to this stacker, kind of strange, but they're not ready yet because there are 2 different types of capacitors. The one is up and running. I don't know. I show you. This is the okay. It's stabilized camera. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. That's another series of capacitors. It's hexagonal shape. I don't like touch them now because they already connected to the electric grid and through the Magrav. And I just checking now how they work, and it looks like actually this is a really good idea. Okay, I need sharpness. A few seconds. Come on. All right. Okay, you should catch this. I just try find.
Sometimes if you move your hand in front of it, it will focus itself.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna do it. My broken finger. Come on, please, camera.
Yeah, it's not quite doing it, but
all right.
You're having a bit of bandwidth problems there too, because the audio is cutting in and out once in a while. So maybe it's pretty good there now.
All right. Okay. The idea is I take gloves because I'm a little bit afraid to touch them. For now, okay. Yeah, I still. All right. I feel.
You could try moving the camera a little bit. Yeah, like back
all
a
right.
little bit maybe.
Okay. The idea is okay. Maybe it's gonna be like that. All right. That's the best option. I think the focus point is just too big, basically, and that's the problems. All right. So the first part is like a one capacity. It's like a 6 capacitors, but actually not exactly. Okay, let's go from the start. That's the start. That's your electric signal. That's where you go to your electric power grid this way. So the signal go to the battery. The first element is a battery. I don't know how you guys with the different materials inside the batteries. My favorite stuff is a titanium sheet. It's just like a titanium, and it's normal nano copper and titanium. That's the battery, and the next one is the standard capacitor, and the next one is standard capacitor. So the signal go to actually this is the next battery. That's the different story with some strange half units. So, but basically this signal go through the Magrav, and the signal back from the Magrav go to the next capacitor, the standard capacitor, and the next battery. So we get 2 batteries on the starting and on the end. So between we got 4 capacitors. I mean, 2 on the left side, 2 on the right side, something like a parallel situation. So it looks fantastic. I mean, looks really cool. I like it, and the effect is actually very, very good. And it's also same story. Really windy effect, extremely strong field. And you feel this kind of boundaries when you move your hands very easily. Like, okay, this is the one thing, this is the next. Sorry, you probably didn't see in the camera. Something, I mean, I would probably take my hand much more higher, something like a 50 centimeters, because the field is actually quite big. It's not that small. When you put your hand here, okay, you feel the windy effect. It's not that strong, mostly like electricity in your hand, something like that. But if you're gonna put your hand with a bigger distance, you get this different combination of fields, like intervals between the fields. So that's the test, and that's like a complex big unit, but it's also the smaller unit with this capacitors. This is the okay, it should be visible. Okay, this is the very basic capacitor. Okay, and idea, because I showed the capacitors, I didn't say how actually build this capacitor, because they got one trick. It's not like normal one. Wait a moment. Okay. Wait a second. All right, we got it. So I just try to catch the point. All right, it should be fine. All right, okay. The main idea is actually do something like a reverse signal. I mean, generate something like an opposite situation. So the plus is on the top. The minus is on the core. So, and the core go to the top, and the top go through the core. It's like a reverse situation. One time you get you go. I don't know how to explain in English. I'm not that good with this language. It's like a basically reverse situation. I think you got it. The signal go up and down, up and down, up and down. It's mixed. It's not like a course, like a typical situation when
in series, you mean? It's not a series connection, right?
Exactly. It's not typical series connection. Thank you. Oof. This is completely mixed signal. This is like a plant basically. Inside you get minus inside on the first one on the battery, and on the first capacitor you get minus outside. On the other one you get minus inside back again. It's the same situation like on inside the battery. So and you go through the Magrav or to the any kind of plasma device. So the next capacitor when you're gonna back from all these devices is a minus is on the outside, and next one the minus is inside, and reverse situation. So a kind of mix. So it's the same story with this one, because I always worry about kind of split capacitors, and I not the worry. I was looking some kind of solution for how to match everything together, the one shape, and make something was compact, small, and quite powerful. That's powerful how this is possible. So this is the typical capacitors, let's say, through the Magravs, but this is the experiment with the capacitors through the. I need to stop the camera, put down. All right. Through the health unit, because it's always my obsession with this health unit. And this is okay. Come on. And okay, it's another capacitor. It's like a version of the big one for health units, the big capacitors, the long ones. It's the same capacitor. I mean, same. Yes. Okay, the same concept, but it's much more smaller, and it's bonding in a different way, because when you bond the coil, this outside element, you actually that's what I do. I'm using the 3 different layers. It's not the one layer, and this is idea how to recreate something like Kelvin water drop effect. So the first layer, which you don't see now, it's completely on the top, it go with the normal direction, like all the system. So the next one is the back direction, and you get situation like cross. So, and the third one, the last one, back again to the right direction. So you get 2 layers coming this direction, and the one layer is back again through the system. So, and between this bonding, you get basically something like a Kelvin water dropper generator, something like that. So I use this method through the few different capacitors in normal Magravs, and they work quite strange way. I mean, I really like these capacitors. They behave a little bit like generators, a little bit. They able hold small portion energy, just like extra batteries, something like that. When you switch off your electric system, you see all the diodes on your extension, because I got plenty of extension like that with the diodes. And when you switch off all the Magravs, the diodes need some extra few seconds to fade out. So this like that was different between the normal capacitors and those one capacitors. The normal ones, when you disconnect your Magrav from all the electric supply, all the diodes actually dying immediately, just like now. But with these capacitors, that's like the signal, somewhere that is inside the capacitors, you get some like small bank of energy, plasma energy.
I was going to ask you if you had some objective test that you've done with your equipment, and that's one good test is what you just said there, that if the LEDs are lighting extra, then it shows you have some capacity there, capacitance, that's or battery effect, one or the other, maybe a bit of both.
I'll show you one thing more, because everything is a fully working condition. So I had heater here. It's still running non-stop. I'll show you the funny thing. Sorry, I'm a little bit messy with the camera for a few seconds. I just need to disconnect this stuff. I show these things for my friends. Okay, everything is disconnected. Okay. This is the test. And I get normal energy supply without no any Magravs. So that's another capacitors through the test. Okay. Okay, and I start this device.
What are we testing here again? Could you just explain what we're testing?
I show you guys how they work in a fully working condition when you're looking for reducing energy bill or something like that. How they work physically in the Magrav. What we got here.
Okay.
How big is reduction, for example? All right, I didn't get the best slide here. But hardly, but 88 watts. That's the heater with a normal electric. We have no any Magravs, just heater.
Sorry, could you say that last sentence again? Your audio broke up.
Okay, this is 1,188. I mean, this is not the Magravs. All right, okay. The value, the total value for the heater was, I'm gonna disconnect. Come on. Okay. The total value for the heater was 1,188 watts. 1,188 watts. So I'm gonna disconnect. Sorry for shaking camera. I just need to hold in my hand. That's a little bit dodgy. Sorry about that. That's gonna be only a few seconds. Okay, now I connect the heater back again through the Magrav with this different capacitors. So I got meter on all the circuit with Magravs. So now I got inside the system. That's normal power consumption without no any heater, nothing like that. It's 149 watts. Okay. Now I'm gonna switch on meter. I need to take the out. Okay. Okay, and heater is up. So this is the value behind the Magravs with these different capacitors. Though. So reduction is like a 50% easy, just like that.
Can't read the meter. You'll have to tell us what the reading is, or otherwise the test is. We can't even tell what we're seeing there.
Okay. All right.
So what?
Okay, I guess lighter.
Okay, right. That's a little better. Maybe a bit higher with the camera there. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah, and this is the heater inside behind the Magrav. So this is like a 50% reduction. So
it's what 720 watts. Is that what we're looking at there?
Exactly. Okay. Exactly. And it actually do the small calculation, the minus the 180. That was the standard value. That was my other device, the computer and stuff like that. So I'm gonna disconnect. I'm gonna actually disconnect now heater for a few seconds, and you're gonna see once again how big is power consumption normally without heater. Okay, give me a second. All right, and this is the heater without. I mean, this is not heater. This is normal consumption inside this.
Right, it's about 150 or so.
All right. So I got something like I need to put the heater once again back, and you show what's gonna happen.
So the heater would be probably about 570 or something like that. Let's say.
Okay. Sorry for shaking camera. I really didn't get any serious tripod. Okay, and this is together with heater. So the heater is like I don't know, 600 something.
Yeah, it's a little less than that. I think 570, say, and if it was 570 plus 150 is 720.
Yeah, and everything actually, all the Magravs inside the system, because it's few Magravs, they use this type of capacitors with 3 different layers. I mean, we're just bonding three layers, one on top of the another, with this one layer inside, which is in an opposite direction. I mean, it's the same direction because they only looks like a opposite direction, but actually physically it's the same direction. But it's like a basically like Kelvin water dropper generator. That's from this idea. So that's the working example.
Okay, now the other question would be, is the heater putting out...
This capacitors looks the working one. All right, that's the...
Is the heater putting out the same amount of heat either way? Or is it...
It's better because it's much more... I mean, it's much more warm than normally. And
Okay.
it's really amazing thing. Normally, when I was use the heater, I basically after 10 minutes I was dying because the air was completely dry and was all these kind of things when it's hot and dry inside the room. It's not actually that comfortable. It's not device we're able to use for, I don't know, for 1 hour, 2 hours, because you just feel not very well. So after when I connect to this heater through the Magravs, everything is changed now. I didn't get any troubles with the moisture, with the dry air or something like that. No, it's absolutely fantastic. It's really nicely warm, and it's much more warm than normal when you got only heater connected to the normal electric supply. Actually, I know this because last week my heating system, a very typical thing in England, especially in the winter, died. It is broken, and I'm still waiting for a specialist. They should come and repair, but something is completely wrong because this is the completely new system, the smart meter, and it's completely dead. So, and now, and actually, it's very easy to describe. Is warmer or not? So it's definitely warmer than normally. I mean, if you ask about how I feel the heater, I mean, it's quite an easy experiment to do, I think, for everyone.
I guess there's no questions. I had my audio off on the live stream there, but I was just asking if there's any questions. Let me actually check in on live stream. There might be something happening there. And okay, is that it for you, Tom? Other than there might be a question on live stream here. Let me just check there first.
I get somewhere on the website, on the Facebook, something like short kind of photo blueprint how to make these capacitors.
Okay, well, can you give us a link that we can put up? I can type it out and put it up on the screen here so that people can go there. Or do you, if you can put it in the if you put it in the chat, that would be best, and then I can copy it from there.
All right, but please give me a few minutes. I need to actually find it.
Sure. Okay. In the meantime, maybe we'll bring Lee Coates back again here. He's looks like looks like Lee is in the middle of something, so to speak. Let me just get him up here. You'll see what I mean. He is literally in the middle of his project here. Holy cow, Lee. Are you stuck? Do we have to send in an ambulance to extract you, or a logger with a chainsaw or something?
This is part of my spaceship research.
Yeah.
Dr. Keshe was talking about this raceway for...
Oh, jeez, yeah, look at that.
Ping pong ball Magravs on, so I got this...
Oh, my God.
Wooden raceway where the ping pong balls can...
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Well, you certainly have been busy this week. Wow, look at that.
That's the biggest cat toy I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just made that this afternoon, so...
Lee's just a cat to play with it, too. Well, holy cow! Do you have a plan on? Does the whole thing rotate, or how do you? Maybe you just need to lift it a little bit, like have it lift, and the balls will actually go around that way. Like you know, I don't know. There's different ways, I suppose. Oh, that's quite a work of art there.
I can get out of here without tripping on the wires. Anyway, that was just something from last Thursday's Mr. Keshe meeting or talk. So
Yeah, well, when the way you have it set up there, it almost looks like a health device with you in the middle. You got all these Gans balls rotating around. Interesting setup.
So nice. So good.
Not hearing you there, Lee, right now.
check.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so this was that 8 Magrav health unit I had. And since I don't have any other space to build stuff, I put this sort of spaceship experiment in the middle here, where I got 12 Magravs on the outside ring, 6 Magravs on the inside ring, and it's still not fully set up. And then I got to hang on 3 spots. They're going to hang it like one down below and make a starship formation, like Mr. Keshe was saying. And my plan was to connect these things with infinity loops, but I made my infinity loops wrong, so I have to remake them. They're down in the nanocode bucket right now, so it's not fully operational. But interesting thing is, before I had all these Magravs in here, the 8 main Magravs, they weren't putting out much field, and I don't know whether you can hear it beeping, but
yeah,
it's out there over a foot and a half right now on that one. Right there, 2 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some field effects going on somewhere here.
Mm-hmm.
And this used to quit. The other day that I could detect something all the way down to the bottom Magrav.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting bigger fields around the 8 Magravs on top. The little guys down the bottom, the car Magravs that I got here. Well, that one's beeping. Some of them beep and some of them don't.
And are all of these plugged into a grid or other plug-in thing?
These guys up here are plugged into the grid, but you got 8 of them in series. So the power goes into the one on the bottom, goes around the 4 on the bottom, goes up top, and then they're in series. And right now I got a fan and a light on there. The thing is, if I turn the load off, I still get the beeping out there.
Just as far, basically.
Just as far with no load on the Magravs,
Mm-hmm.
which kind of that surprised me. So there's some kind of field thing going in here.
Mm-hmm. Nothing on the plastic.
Usually I do. I got some bracing wires here that I get the field off that. Tonight I'm not getting anything off the plastic.
So top 4 are the different types of Magravs, are they? Is that
yeah,
one?
there's a Q24, and there's in the back corner there's let's see, in the back corner up there, that's one from the Starship from a year ago, where we had the coils at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the 2 in the other 2 corners here, they're standard. They're just standard Magravs.
Are they also connected to each other?
Yeah, all 8 of them are in series. So I got 4 on the bottom.
Did you have any logic to put them in an order, or just put them randomly?
They're this is a Q6. It comes into the Q6 and it goes back to a Q24, and then it's into a standard Magrav. Then it's an IQ6, and it goes up to the standard Magrav, the 90-degree coil Magrav, the standard Magrav, and then back to a Q24 up here. So there's different, but
So
as far as the order,
white boxes I see are they all individual Magrav units, like the small ones on the surface.
yeah, these are the car Magravs.
Okay, so
Okay,
there are
and
two coils.
two coils, and they're just connected one to the other. The outside ring is connected. Then on the inside ring, I connected it going the other way.
And in the middle, I see some type of quadruple or triple coil configuration or what?
Yeah, the one in the far down the bottom there.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That was going to be a double Magrav for the energy unit, but right now it's just wired up as a single Magrav. I think I'm only using half of it.
So all these are at the moment are fired up, and there must be a really tons of field going on in there. It's really nice. But the first thing that I saw you were in the middle of something, and some type of construction where the balls were running. What was that? Actually, you said it refers to the last teaching of Mr. Keshe, but that's really nice. Would you mind telling about it a bit more?
I'll show you that again. Yep, I guess I'm not getting it here now. Sometimes I can get a beep going right down the center, but disappeared there. Okay. Mr. Keshe was talking about having oops, I got it upside down because they're falling out the hole. So this is just a track that the ball, these Magrav balls can go around on.
Sure.
What Mr. Keshe was saying was, when you have a spaceship set up, if you have using these kinds of the ball Magravs, they actually position themselves. So that's why you want this loose track, so they can go around and position themselves where they want to position themselves.
Yeah.
So I just thought I just wanted to try this track idea I had, which is just
very beautiful.
Two circles of 1/4-inch plywood on back and front, with 1/2-inch plywood top and bottom, with these little, spacer blocks to hold everything in place, basically.
So would you go in the middle when it's constructed, or that was just something that?
Well, on Mr. Keshe was talking about a UFO where if you see the lights on the outside ring of a UFO, chances are it's a bunch of the Magravs. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe probably not bug balls, but and each one of them gives off a light, and that's where you see this rotating lights sometimes, or fixed lights. And you can see, he said some of these UFOs have up to 360 of these Magravs on the outside ring. So
absolutely.
So this particular one that I built, I don't know, I was thinking, well, maybe I'll just try it up in the middle there just for fun. But
that's actually correct way of approaching it, honestly.
And I could have a smaller one with 6 balls in up top, and this one in the middle, and I could have a big one around the outside, just to play with it. But that's just playing around. I don't know why it would work, or I don't, other than you got a whole bunch of balls that giving off a field, and inside this other field I got going on. So it's just it's more playing around. We're getting a few hints from the guys in Arizona and from Mr. Keshe or whatever, and I'm just playing around basically on this thing.
But that looks wonderfully. It's just amazing. It's so inspiring to me. I mean, I love that. And especially going in there, it's just super good. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for sharing it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting conflagration. You got a lot of stuff there, but who knows? You might hit upon the magic combination. All of a sudden, it all starts vibrating and humming, and away she goes, literally. But it's amazing. You followed so many of the instructions, and are actually trying it. So that's what's quite inspiring to see it all sort of coming together here in various ways. That ball thing is quite surprising. It's a simple, more or less simple way to do it. I bet it took you a little bit of planning to figure it out, though. It's kind of some complexity in making it in wood and so on, trying to get it all right.
Yeah, I'm a carpenter, mill worker, and I got a
Oh.
mill shop in the basement. So this kind of thing is easy for me to make out of wood.
Yeah.
But Mr. Keshe was talking about a track, and I was scratching my head. How are you going to get the track to hold some balls or whatever? And then I thought of these 1/4-inch plywood rings on this either side and the top and bottom. I said, gee, that's going to be easy to make.
Yeah, interesting. Eh?
And I just gave it an extra 1/4-inch clearance on the ball because you got the hot glue on top of the holes in the ball and stuff. So and these things they roll around here real easy, even if with the lumps of hot glue on them. They just.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking if you had a couple of servos on that thing, you could actually do sort of like what you were just doing, but even more gently. Just a couple centimeters would probably do it once you got them going. And you could have a couple of servos that were actuating the device to get the balls rolling.
You're supposed to do that with your mind, though.
Well, you use your mind to make the servos, and and then when you decide to make it work, you turn a switch, and that's your mind working at work there. But maybe initially that would be great if you could sit there with it and eventually get these balls rotating around with your mind. Yes. Let us know as soon as you get that accomplished, please.
No problem. I was kind of hoping maybe I invented a teleporting device here, but
Yeah, well, that's what it kind of looked like at first. Definitely. What if you could actually wear it like a hula hoop, right? And then you just make a little wiggle movement, and the balls will all start rotating around. That could be a new type of recreational device.
I think I'll have to get a little one that sits on my head and one down the middle, and
there you go. One on each ankle and one on each wrist, and you could have all these. The secret would be to get all the balls going and all your limbs at the same time. Just.
Or maybe I got to get a telephone booth and incorporate this in a telephone booth.
Yeah.
Doctor Who style.
Yeah, that would be very nice. Very nice. Quite literally, it's a lot of it is. I mean, if you can imagine someone coming into a place to get a treatment of some sort, then if it looked like a really cool device, then that's going to make them feel much more sort of at home or assured that they might have a pleasant experience out of it. But as experimenters, we usually have things kind of rough with wires all over the place, and it would probably scare most people to enter into it. But
that's right. They're going to take one look at this and say, "Mad scientist."
Yes, right. But if you put a cover over all this, it just takes that thin skin of anything, just even a piece of colored paper is all it takes. And people look at it totally different. It's suddenly a finished device, or at least it's just putting us like if our cars didn't have that skin on the surface, they would look like crap. They would look like a bunch of wires and about like what we see here, driving around. And it's only that thin skin of less than a millimeter with colored material that totally transfix our eyes, and we're like totally into a car. Whoa, what a beautiful car! Well, you take off the skin, it's not so beautiful. Same with most humans. So anyway, but beauty is more than skin deep in this line of work. So we see the beauty of it for sure. Got Alper going there, and many others, because that's what this group is about. It's not necessarily you come up with the ultimate device, but that we inspire others to carry on and just continue to develop the ideas, and that's the great thing about it.
I just got one idea in respect to this construction. When I saw you in the middle, all I thought about was a chair. I think all you need is a chair, and you're a carpenter. It's a wonderful thing that I didn't know. That's amazing. And all you need is a chair is attached to its structure with the wood, as well as with whatever it's going on with its fields. Therefore, chair needs to have some sort of Magrav interaction, so that when you sit down, you're part of the whole construction. Perhaps that might be the way to move the ping pong balls according to your wish. And that was just that just fired me up. Thank you.
Well, that's an idea.
Yeah, it's a question of where you want to put your head in this device as far as the best place to control stuff. Yeah.
But like Alper mentioned, if you had a chair that was acting as sort of a magnifier or a interacting with the balls, and it was already close to having the balls interacting, and all it needed was the interaction of your thoughts in order to sort of modify the circuit enough to push the balls, let's say. So if they were right on the edge of being pushed by the other fields that were already set up, then that would make it much easier to interact with them with our finer thought energies, which don't do too well for pushing matter level stuff around.
Yeah. I think the first goal is just to try and expand the fields, and like they're doing in Arizona, trying to get some kind of soft shell or around it or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then there's the whole control issue, how to control it. So
Lee, sorry for both of you, but I got one impression with my Magravs, with the fields around the Magravs. They even if they get heavy load, or they get only one diode, or just only connected to be connected. The issue is this hot glue. The hot glue is like boundary from energies. Is not the best idea. The hot glue behave basically like a wall from this energy, that the coil or every single element, nano-coated element, they absorb energy from outside, but they behave like they actually unable to put everything outside again and just recreate the interaction outside the capacitors. Everything is just, it behaves like something like a big amount of energy just stuck inside the capacitors, coils, and all this stuff. And the problem is heating, and sometimes it's really massive heating. That's when I discover, when I do a lot of experiments with the capacitors. That's the main reason why I absolutely don't use any hot glue on a capacitor. I was done the test a few days ago with load some like I don't know, it was like a 4,000 watts on a Magravs, and everything was fine. Okay, because it was fresh Magrav, the coils was warm like supposed to should be, because it was very very fresh, but everything probably would be fine. But the capacitors, I mean basically the battery capacitor, they died because it was small amount of hot glue, and everything started boiling just immediately. I mean, not immediately, that take 30 minutes, but after 30 minutes something started to happen, and that was the problem with this hot glue.
Right. So that's a good point for Magravs that put out heat, especially. But
exactly.
Some of the other units that the 12 and 24 and so on that Lee works with use quite a bit of hot glue, right? Right, Lee? That's sort of like
that's the design.
That's the design, yeah.
Yeah, huge hot glue on these ones, and that's the design. That's the way they're supposed to be. And all kinds of hot glue. The hot glue's got the CH bond, which
Yeah, that's true.
helps
Yeah.
out a lot. And I've never seen this one heat up. So those Q devices, they run cooler. You're right. I do have on the standard Magrav. I got my capacitors on the bottom here, and yeah, I got some hot glue in there, just holding them in place in between the plastic tubes. Haven't had any problems with it yet, but you're right. If they did heat up, well, they're just going to drop to whatever this thing's sitting on. So,
Yeah. Yeah, somebody mentioned too, when things like hot glue heat up, then the fumes aren't the best either. It's not too bad out of a gun when it's just warm, but if it heats up more than that, then you could get smoke coming off of it, and that could be toxic. So
the only other hot glue I got is just some hot glue holding that ping pong ball in the center. It's but it's they're pretty well sandwiched in there with the holes in the plates and everything. It just stops them from vibrating, or stops the top one from falling out for sure. But that's all the hot glue that's on those. My car Magravs, they got when I aligned the coils to get them all in all the connections, sort of I space them out with hot glue so that you know, I don't get any shorts or something. Then I cast the whole thing in epoxy. But there's no power going through those, so there's no heat problem.
I mean,
unless you're in a car and you know, and put them in some place in the car that's hot. But being encased in epoxy, the hot glue is not, even if it melts, nothing's going to go anywhere or hurt anything. So
I've got the only problem with this hot glue when I get really huge load on a really fresh Magrav, something like average 2,000 or 3,000 watts constant load. That was the moment when problem started. When actually the Magrav was fresh, it was like a 1 month old Magrav. They really, I mean, really fresh. Nothing to stay for 3 months, for example. And fresh coils, fresh Gans, and with the 3,000, 2,000 watts was a problem. With the cars, I do not expect any problems because probably it's not that big load and they never gonna heat itself, so it should be absolutely fine. And only one impression with this hot glue, when I try go to the coils and capacitors, the field outside was basically different. That's only one thing. I don't think this is bad or good. It's nothing like that, but just was kind of different feeling around this Magravs. A little bit different field. I think this is the composition inside the glue. That's maybe the reason. But let's see.
okay.
Is it okay if I go back to your construction?
You just need to put the carpet top of this construction, and this is the flying carpet, like from the kid stories, and that's a fantastic thing. I would like to.
maybe that's the skin it needs. Just throw a carpet over the whole rig, and you've got it. Yeah.
By the way, I was put the link through this short. My friend down the short video how he made this, how he actually do these capacitors, because we test these capacitors by a few people in the last few months, how they behave. So he actually done the video how to make this strange stuff from my side. Sorry for both of you. So let's back to these flying devices. So we need some carpet on top of the devices.
Breaker, this is Denny.
Denny, Alper had a question there. Maybe he should
go ahead.
Should
I'll go very fast. When I look at this construction, I see a resemblance of the Arizona constructions, where they put the coils away from each other, and they create this vacuum in proportion. But when I look at this, when I look at your construction, I see 3 layers here. When the middle layer is an independent layer, which is amazing. It represents the total field interaction. But the first layer and the bottom layer can be put. You can place your car Magravs and in respect to these columns, and therefore you'll have an amazing position there, and the field interaction. You'll have it. I mean, that's just a couple of things that I've
So
had in my mind, but it's the same as Arizona. I'm telling you, you create this vacuum. You would be able to create this vacuum by placing your Magravs and just positioning them and just getting it right. And the wideness, it is big enough to me, to be honest. And with my chair explanation, perhaps is the way, perhaps not, but it's just an idea to be able to understand. But first, that those 3 layers is wonderful. It's honestly, there is something here that I can see that can be taken further away easily. And yeah, that's just what I want to say. Thank you.
thanks, Alper.
All right, Denny, you want a breaker there?
Yes, I was just going to have, I have 2 things. One is a request and the other is, hot melt can have different temperatures. You can get a hot melt stick that's a low melt, and you can get one that's, you can get sticks that melt at a higher temperature. So that's an advantage there too, if you look for the type of hot melt you get. And another request I have for Lee, would you show me that back Magrav up there on the tower that you have? It's got a couple of hoops that I want to see how you did that.
That one's wired in there, and I can't.
No, I don't. I just want to see a picture. I just want you to put your camera up there. I mean, just bring it into the
We'll see
video.
how close I can get.
I don't need to be too close. It's just, I want to see what you did there. So you've got,
I can go down.
you got one hoop around 3, you got 2 hoops around 3 Magravs. Is that what you got?
That's right. And the hoop, this is if I was to do this over again, I'd use PVC pipe instead of that PEX. But basically I got the gravitational coil is up and down here on this one. So this is the original design before he switched it around 90 degrees. Okay, so this was back last January, this design for this one. So
yeah.
So I got the gravitational up and down, and that's that piece of plywood that you see going up and down there. And then there's the other piece of plywood on the flat between the blue PEX, and that's got the magnetical coil on it.
Okay, yeah, because I'm wanting to deal with more hoops, just to experiment with it, and I just wanted to see how many hoops you had. When the camera was moving around, I didn't see how you had done that, so I appreciate you showing me. Thanks.
This is my favorite design right now, is with a PVC framework with the plastic trays or plastic sheets in there. It doesn't have to be this big. I just cut the plastic discs to fit into a 5-gallon bucket, basically, because eventually I was hoping to get this as one of the generator devices with the other parts on top in the bucket, but that blueprint's yet to come out. So and this one this is the original one, had the capacitors on the bottom, but I'm putting capacitors on the sides now, just notching the plastic plates and then just tie wrapping them on the sides. So I got no hot glue there, or very little hot glue. Looks like I got some there, but so that's sort of the way I'm come up with doing my capacitors mostly in these days. And this one this was for the power unit we were doing last summer with the compressor motors, and it also had incorporated in here the bank of capacitors, which was outside of the Magrav. That's the bank down there, which is not being used right now. It's just still sitting there in the machine. But so
Nice stuff, Lee. Any more questions or comments on Lee's stuff there?
Yeah, so that's a nice track that you made. Very good track. I don't know when we finally get to the dimensions and size, if the track is going to have to be 20 feet, 40 feet, and we're going to have to stand inside of it. It's just a question in my mind later on, but the things that I'm looking at now, small has to be the way to go to start
Yeah.
with, so that we know that we've got a principle. We can prove the principle, then we can make an effort to go a little bit farther.
I was thinking you could have three of these tracks, one's real small above your head, then this one sort of at your shoulders, and then another one bigger down below, like a cone of spinning balls. But I don't know, that's just a stupid idea or what? But
No, just so that I can share my thoughts with you. It's not that I'm my thoughts are better than anybody else's thoughts. It's just that yes, the star formation down at the bottom, your group of reactors that are movable in your system, they're all movable, would be nearer to the star formation than the three at the bottom than you would have at the top, because you want the flow of the plasma to come from that star formation up around your hoop up to the top of the star formation, so that you're going from the stronger to the weaker. And so even the top reactor should be a reactor where the strength of it is not as strong as the three on the bottom. So, and then your plasma flow will go from the stronger to the weaker. And so the ones on the outside, that are doing this, the circle, they're forming the edge of the outside wall. And so you want those fields from those main star reactors, the three base ones that are on the bottom, you want them to flow to that hoop, and then from the hoop back up to the top. That's why I would think that you're better off having one reactor up at the top instead of four, and that reactor doesn't have to be as powerful plasmatically, have a plasmatic strength as powerful as the three on the floor, the three at the base, I mean.
yeah, actually this is built inside this health device. So I got 4 on the base and 4 up top, and that was the health device. Okay, that was Mr. Keshe mentioned that instead of the universal health device with all the coils down the sides. He said if you had 8 reactors kicking around, you could do it that way. So that I just decided to put this other thing in the middle of it because I'm I had to hire, I'm lacking space in my house to build these things.
Yeah.
So this is sitting in the living room.
You do that because you're ambitious. All I do is place it in my mind's eye.
Yeah. So the idea was what I could do is just unplug those other Magravs top and bottom and just play with the car Magravs in the middle and see what that happens. And, and the others are there. I can plug it in, see what happens if I put some extra field on those others. But, so far what I've noticed is these, ordinary Magravs top and bottom, they got a bigger field on them that I can detect compared to what normal is. So there's something going on. I'm not sure what. So it's all good. It's just trying to get that field to, play around and trying to get that field to expand some more, I guess. And
yeah, I'm not one to tell you what to do.
Yeah, but I like your idea. That's sort of where I was going. I was going to actually unplug the Magravs and have like these 3 here. Mr. Keshe was saying you have three star formations with this below. So there's 3 of them here I'll put below, and then your idea of one up higher, I kind of like that idea too. So
Yeah, we used to think about the 6, then the 12, and last week he kind of said the 6 are irrelevant, except when you start to make walls and rooms in your ship, then those other reactors become relevant in how you place them, and that yet has to, for me, has to be determined.
Because I was going to put another ring of 6 on top and have 6 star formations. Okay. Yeah, but last meetings.
I don't see the problem with that. Because I think it will, even with the 6, it helps the flow come from the 3 base star formations up around the outside hoop to the 6th and up to the top of the star formation, the very pinnacle reactor. And I do believe that reactor up there should not be as strong as the 3 on the floor or on the base, because you want the flow to go up and around and to that top reactor. But I do think it's that top reactor should be stronger than I don't know. I have to think that over again, whether it needs to be stronger than the ones on the outside hoop. So because they're going to flow from the outside hoop up to the top reactor too, up to one of the pinnacle. So that's it for me. That's all I really have to comment on. And thank you for showing me that one reactor that I request you to show me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, they got the Q24 on top, and that's actually the strongest one. I could put that one on the bottom and move the Q6 on top or something, just to get some strength below.
Hi, Denny.
Hello, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, and Lee. How confident is Lee in those Q devices?
How confident am I that I know they work? The question you get into though is the artificial intelligence, and can he control you back through them? And Mike Nash says just replace one of the Q capacitors with one of his IQ capacitors, and then you've basically put a safety code in it. And I haven't got around to doing that yet. So
it does give you some kind of field flow.
Oh yeah, it works just like a standard Magrav. They're good. I got no problem with them.
Okay.
And they're easier to make, but if you're working with Keshe's designs, you got to go with the standard Magravs. If you're playing around with his stuff. But the other ones, I like the IQs too that Mike Nash made. Like that's the one down the bottom in that corner. It's very similar to the. Whoops. Yeah. To the Q reactor, but just a different battery capacitor coil. Where am I? Looking at
those you have all those connected to the grid, right?
Yeah, they're all in series and plugged in. So that's the IQ. It's got sort of a spiral battery capacitor in there.
And it's not melting any of that hot glue.
Nope.
110 going through it.
No, it doesn't melt at all. When those guys were building these things, they wrap the paper towels wet dipped in ash and all this kind of stuff, and then they plug it in right away when everything's all wet and the thing works.
That's what scared me the most, is when it was wet. Hot and wet don't mix.
Well, on these it doesn't seem to matter. So.
Well, I got to give you credit, Lee. You're a daredevil, and you're a hard-working son of a gun. I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
That's for sure. That's for sure. It's always a joy to see your creations, Lee. Thank you very much. All right. Any more questions for Lee? All right. I see Jay had a thing in the chat here that went on for a while, which I missed. He's had a question about his car, and that he bought one of those radiation sensors. I guess it's similar to the one that Lee has there, and it beeps and says if it's harmful radiation and a risk and so on. And he had it in his pocket the other day in the car, and he says when I started the engine it began to beep and said harmful to the point where the device was right off the scale. Do you know why? My radio was off, so I don't think it was that. I repeated the same thing over the last week in various other people's cars too. Here, let me put on my video here so people can see my lips flapping. And so he says he repeated the same thing with other people's cars, and when they start their engines, the device beeps and says harmful again, but not as much off the scale as in my car. Why would this be? And would there be a risk to some drivers who spend all day in their cars? Does it come from the alternator? And so on. And then John has replied and mentions about there's a lot of EM radiation. You've got the digital signals from the car's computer and into the display in the dash, and maybe the computer itself, which is installed in the center console, and so on. And Jay mentions it's an old 1999 Toyota Corolla, so there's no computer or screen, but there is an ECU and so on. That's the control unit, which is a little computer. So there's no readings and nothing really if the ignitions. There's no readings and nothing really if the ignition's turned on. It's only when you would start the car. Okay, well, that's interesting. So, and John goes on to say, keep in mind that you're inside a metal box that traps EM and tends to amplify it and create standing waves. If the body was grounded, then it would act as a sink for the EM and drain it off. But it isn't anything you wouldn't expect to see. Remember, years ago, folks had issues with their ignition systems interfering with TV and radio. Basically the same thing, only the detector is more sensitive. Yeah, that's probably true. Basically, I agree with what John says there. You're basically in a metal box that's got, when you think about it, wires going all around you and over the roof, through the doors, along the sides, underneath on the floor, maybe in the seats themselves. And all these wires are transmitting electricity and creating fields around them, as well as you have the main big field generators in the automobile, which is the alternator and the ignition coils, and they have big fields that are generated around them, and they try to suppress them. They put on capacitors, and they put on resistors in the ignition coils and this kind of thing to prevent the stray radiation, electromagnetic radiation, from flowing around, and especially with interfering with the radio and interfering with other people's radios and TVs and that kind of thing. So it's probably that there's just a bunch of fields that are building up from the engine actually running. It's probably not the wiring that's doing it. It would likely be something like the alternator or ignition coils. I know in my vehicle I can actually listen to the ignition system through the AM radio. If you tune to an off channel, you can hear the static, and I can hear my engine in the AM radio. I can hear the alternator. I can hear the firing of the spark plugs, and I know that I've got a coil or two that is not perfect because it's more staticky from those particular coils. So you can actually sort of diagnose your electromagnetic radiation through your own phone or through your own radio in your car, in a way.
I have one question.
Mhm.
Maybe it's a dumb question, but what we're expecting from the car unit? What is the expected outcome with the unit when it's installed?
With the
What we're
car
seeing,
unit.
what we're seeing down in Peru is anywhere from 40 to 60% increase in fuel mileage, and almost immediately the car drives better. It accelerates better, it handles better, it brakes better, it feels better on the road. You feel better in it. This is what we're seeing. What we expected when we made the units was simply an increase in mileage right off the bat. And that seems to be cumulative. It takes a little while for everything to get going, but they're having, what are we up? We're over 80% success rate now with our units. And we believe that the issue is probably the nano coating. People want to do the nano coating really fast. It's best if you take weeks to do your nano coating. You'll get a better coating. It'll be more robust. It won't break down as fast. And I think that's going to be probably one of the major points of reliability with these systems. So, but that's what we're seeing. Jackie's getting the same results down in California. I think Lee was getting more or less the same results. His success rate wasn't quite as high, I believe. But the ones that did work, that's what we're seeing with the units. Does that help?
Well, sounds amazing. One thing that comes to my mind is just like a car is like a capsule, and when you install a unit, and when I think about the field interaction, and this field is going to be in a capsule, where I think before it's working with its electric components or the bettering the car's motor, it first gives you this you're in an environment. It's amazing. I think car idea is just like is a perfect environment where you can be in, and I'm sure the ones that are being installed are feeling amazing inside. I've never tried it, but it's worth trying. I'm going to try it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, one of the Ganses that we do put on the car units is a CO2 Gans. And it's really difficult to make CO2 Gans without zinc oxide in it. So right off the bat, we have an emotional connection within that field. And people, they feel it. I mean, Jackie, she gave a story a couple of weeks ago. A friend of hers came into her lab, didn't know anything about this, was just learning, was standing next to a car Magrav sitting on the floor attached to a battery. Now, apparently this guy has issues with his legs and his feet. He's got circulation issues. And for about a half an hour, every once in a while, he reaches it, he bends over and it reaches down and he's touching his feet and his legs, and Jackie's kind of looking at him funny. And finally she asks him, well, what's going on? And he says, my feet are hot. This doesn't happen. My feet they don't feel hot when I touch them, but they're hot. They feel hot. And he moved away from the unit. His feet cooled off and went back to normal. And he came back towards the unit and his feet warmed up again. So he had a direct interaction with that field. And it was actually a tangible thing, something that he could experience directly. We've got people who have them in their cars, and they realize they just can't get upset when they're in their car anymore. They're driving down the road, people are doing stupid things all around them, and they're just, oh, okay, well, that's not a problem. And they just go on their way. And that's because of the zinc adding the emotional component to the field that's building up inside the car.
Now there's a comment from Jay, getting back to his car thing, and he was thinking about, let me see, get back to the other comment here, something about, that he's heard that windows are made of glass, and it creates a feeling of not going as fast as you actually are in the car. And he's talking about the fields in the later comment. Would it affect the perspective on how fast you're going when you're inside these fields? So, okay, how do people respond John, as far as how fast they feel they're going inside the car when they install the Magrav units, I wonder.
I haven't heard anybody specifically bring that up.
I've heard
But
smoother, for example.
yeah, smoother. It rides better. It
Handles.
feels like it floats better. Corners better. Brakes better. You know, the system just works better. But I remember when I was very young, I understood, or I discovered the phenomenon called parallax perspective. And if you're in a car and you're sitting really low in the car, so all you can see is the very outside horizon of your environment as you're traveling through it, it doesn't feel like you're moving very fast at all. If you stick your head out the car and look straight down at the road, it's going by like mad. You can feel this in an airplane. If you're in an airplane and you're looking way out at the horizon, it hardly looks like you're moving at all. But if you look down at the ground, you can see that you're traveling faster and faster. And I think what Jay is describing there is somewhat into this parallax perspective. It depends on the distance to your point of reference as to your sense of speed. If you're in a big truck, if you're in a transport truck and you're sitting 8 feet, 9 feet off the road, doing 60 miles an hour, it feels really slow. Roads going by really slow. If you're in a little sports car, you're doing 60 miles an hour, it feels like you're screaming at the speed of sound. And it's a matter of where your point of reference is coming from. I don't think the fields have a lot to do with it. I mean, we've had people who have reported, not with the Magrav system specifically, but just general woo-woo stuff, where they get in their car and it's normally a 35-minute drive and they're there in 15 minutes. Some people, it's normally a 15-minute drive and it took them an hour and a half and nothing happened. It was just their normal drive.
Right. Yes, I agree that seems to be reported from time to time, and that actually makes sense. And in a way, that does change the speed. If you are getting there, if the feeling is you're arriving faster for whatever reason, if that's your feeling, then you've gone faster in effect. So if, on the other hand, if it seems like it took forever, then you would have the subjective experience of it going slower, and that wouldn't be the purpose of a vehicle necessarily, or maybe you want time to go slow in the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everybody's experienced this at one point in their life where they're going on a trip. I mean, the first time I really remember experiencing it, we just built a sailboat. My dad and myself, we just built a sailboat. We're taking it out to this lake. It's about 25, 30 miles away from the house. It felt like forever to get there. And like it felt like hours and hours and hours of driving to get there. And we got there, we sailed all day, and 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock come around, we loaded the boat back up, and we were at home instantly. Like, it took no time to get home. So a lot of it is your perspective, your particular how would I say, emotional perspective of the events that are around it. If you're really anticipating something, if you really want it really, really bad, it seems to just drag. Time just goes forever.
Amazing.
Yeah, and time is mutable or is malleable. We can adjust it at will once we learn how to work with it.
That's right. So maybe part of the influence of the Magrav devices is that part of ourselves that is involved with that. In other words, it's not like a regular device. Well, in a way, I suppose even regular devices. Say, I don't know, you've got a new car ordered or something. I've never done so, but I'm assuming people do that because there's a lot of new cars out there. And you're anticipating this new vehicle, and I can go back to when I was a kid and my father got a new car, and it was this big deal, and you get in the car and everything, and It's like time expands out, and you become more aware of the environment, and you notice little details, and your memory of that event is stronger than other events, and so on. So maybe this is part of what the Magrav devices are all about, is initiating this part of ourselves that tends to remember and pays more attention in the moment, pays more attention to the environment, to the situation, to one's internal events that are going on at the same time, and especially in the emotional realm, because like John was mentioning, this emotional attachment to this Gans material, which is part of the devices, gets us, it makes you part of the picture. All of a sudden you're included in the picture. The car is you, you are the car, and it's all part of the same thing in a way.
I think yes, that's just exactly it is. And the car, what I think is it's a capsule, as you described. You're right in the center of it, and all I heard was how better the environment when you're in the car, and then all my experiences is nothing compared to what I just heard, and I didn't know anything about it, honestly. What I think from it, when you have a Magrav in your room, it's being with interaction with it is much harder than when you're in the car. You can, because you're static, you're driving, you're in your own static mood, you're trying to reach somewhere, whichever emotional state you're in, anxiety, but you're still driving, you're in that autopilot mode. That static feeling is, I think, is being a car, and being with the car and wishing it. I think it's amazing. I mean, just something that I realized tonight with you guys. I think a car is this environment. It's, you know it, and you're one with it. It's just being one with it is the key. And you're in your regular car, you're one with it. No matter what you do, you talk to your phone and all that. Excuse me. And that's just amazing way. I really get it. Well, thank you.
Yeah, well, we can adjust that perspective or perception of time really easily, and we've all pretty much got the tools to do it in our cars. Years ago, I used to drive 350 miles just to go have coffee because I like to drive, and sometimes I wanted to get there. And if I wanted to reduce the perceived amount of time I was on the road, I'd just put the music on, crank it up really loud, have all the windows open, and the time just flew by. If I was on the road and I wanted to really enjoy the experience of controlling this hunk of metal down the road, I would have absolute silence in the car, and I would be focused on every tree that went by, I would notice everything around me, and remember every moment of that drive. But if I wanted to go really fast, I cranked the music and just veg, and I'd be there in no time, essentially. So we can do this. We can adjust our perspective or our perception of time and the traveling down the road. If you're in the car with people that you really like and you're having a very engrossing conversation, the miles just fly by.
So true.
With the emotional connection with the Magrav unit, with the zinc oxide field strength that's in that field, it has a calming effect. Pretty much everybody who's experienced having zinc oxide, they're reporting basically the same thing. They just don't get upset. They don't, the highs and lows are not high and low anymore. It's very even, very smooth. And that gives you the opportunity to choose how you want to experience whatever you're doing, instead of being stuck in the moment. The guy cut me off and I'm pissed off, and you're just freaking out for the next 35 miles being all pissed off. No, it doesn't matter anymore. And you can either choose to enjoy the drive, or you can choose to meditate and be off somewhere else while you're doing this, and decide how you want to experience that.
You see, you hardly get these feelings, these emotions with the Magrav unit in your room, and perhaps you're in the mood or you're doing something, you feel it. But this is something. What you're telling is a different dimension of experiencing it, and that should be experienced. Really, I mean, it's wonderful. Thank you.
I've helped people out by giving them a little vial of zinc oxide Gans, and they have it in their pocket. And they come back 2 or 3 days later and going, I can't believe the difference. It's just having it in your vicinity, just having it in your house makes a difference. You know, you don't need to have a massive field. You don't have to have all of the goodies. All you need is to have that material in your vicinity, and you will have an effect from it.
That's the point, John. And the vial idea is a really good one, actually. I just put some away today that I had. I should get them activated. These little guys here. Basically,
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
like it's a keychain idea, right? And this unscrews, and it has a little plastic top that you can pull out and put your stuff inside, put the plastic stopper in, and then this screw on top screws down on the plastic stopper really good, makes it all waterproof. I got these off the internet. You can get similar ones.
I'd be very curious if someone's in the city, say they travel on the subway or the buses all the time, if they had one of those in their pocket with zinc oxide Gans in it, do the people on the subway, do the people on the bus behavior change? Do they become calmer? Do they become more friendly? Do they smile more? Do they laugh more? Because that's what we're seeing on an individual basis with people who have this around. They're able to enjoy the moment to a greater degree than they were previous.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you can also get various ones like this. Is a little sort of test tube shape. It's got a rubber stopper that goes in. And then it has this nice little piece that glues on. You glue that right over the stopper part. And now you have a pendant that you can put a necklace through the hole here and wear it on your neck. Or you could have it as a pocket thing as well, or you could make a string of them and string them up, at the entrance of your home or something like that.
Yeah, there a whole bunch of people are asking, do you have a name that we can search for? Where, like on Amazon or eBay, or where are you getting these things, Rick?
Good question. I think, how did I look them up before? It was, they're called vials, V-I-A-L. If you look up vial, I think that'll show up on Google. Let me try it.
Yeah, I suppose like a key ring vial or a keychain vial, pendant vial, something like that. You'd probably get you in the ballpark.
Yeah, if you go to eBay under glass vials, you'll get a large selection of little bottles and thingies with all kinds of different doohickeys on them. So that would be one way to search, is you can look for small glass vials, mini glass vials, but glass vials is quite a large selection. And you can also go on Amazon, and I think Alibaba as well has all these sort of things. You can start to look at it, and there's so many different designs and whatnot. I don't know if I could show a couple more here.
How about the chewing gum?
Chewing gum? What?
or a piece of paper that you can just rip it and put on your tongue. contains CO2 plasma water, or inject some plasma water in your Nike Airs.
Here's another example of a little vial. And again, it's got a hole in the top. You can put a thread through for put it on as a necklace. Here's a nice larger globe. It's actually can be used as a center globe. It's got a threaded fitting in this end. There's threads in there. It's got another piece that threads in so you can hang it on something. What else? Here's another interesting kind of shape.
Actually, I was using this previous bottle, the rounded one, like reactor on the small electric cooler from the computer.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
This one has a hole in the bottom. I don't know if you can see. It's really tiny in the very center there. And so that you, when you drop your, say, essential oils or something aromatic, you drop it into here. It goes into the main chamber. And when you turn it this way, the liquid stays around the bottom. It won't fall out, but yet some vapors come out through that tiny little hole in the center. So it's interesting if you had something that was, you wanted to permeate into the atmosphere, then that would be a good way to do it.
May I break in?
Surely.
Well, I have two things again. One, if you're looking for vials, you write vial into Google and then go to images. And that way you see all sorts of vials. And then the other thing that I was going to make a comment on is that when you, this is a contention, this is only a thought. It is either true or false. It doesn't matter. When you drink the plasma, the liquid plasma, or and you've set it up, I will contend that as you breathe from then on, that breath has a strength of the liquid plasma. And so you can affect people with the breath of the liquid plasma of your breathing.
Yeah,
so,
what a concept. That's interesting. Maybe we could have little sprayers. You spray your breath and then just breathe, and you don't have to go around spraying the air and freaking everybody out. You just spray your breath, because people do that all the time, and just breathe normally, and you'll be putting out the zinc oxide Gans into the environment. Interesting.
Does Denny need a testimonial on that?
Do you have a testimonial?
Yes, I do, sir.
Well, give it, please.
Well, you know, I'm 57 years old, right?
No, I didn't know it.
Yep.
That seems young to me.
Well, I'm trying to catch up.
Me too.
I know you guys have just got. Well, come on, you're only a handful ahead of me.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah.
But anyway, you know, so finally, Detroit or Michigan is finally getting a little bit of work. If Michigan works or Detroit works, I think the country starts to work. You know what I'm saying? A lot of engineers, a lot of smart people here. But anyway, I'm just a painter anyway. And for a long time, we haven't had a lot of work. So, you know, I've been just kind of scabbing along, hoping and praying and getting a job here, getting a job there. Well, in the last couple of months, it's been a little bit better for us here in Michigan, myself personally. So, as you know, I drink a little bit of the CO2 Gans water and a couple of the a little CH3 and a little CO2 if I feel like I'm sick or whatever. But, you know, I'm drinking the water, not the Gans itself. It's just the top portion of the water, just a little bit and not a lot of it. But I've been doing it now for a good, it's probably been a good year now. You know, just indulging ourselves. Well, honestly, for a good 6 months without missing. Okay.
Mark?
Yep. Every
Okay.
day.
Yep.
Just a small amount. Just to, just to kind of top myself off with a little bit of CO2 Gans water. And some days I mix in a little CH3 or a little bit of CuO in it, depending on the time of year and, how I feel and what I've done. But it's been a personal consistency of me using the Gans water. So my testimonial to you, Denny, is I'm 57 years old. So I'm working with all these young guys now that are in their 40s, 42, 43. I'm 57. So I'm a painter with a bunch of young guys that are doing stuff like last week we hung 70 sheets of drywall, and then 4 guys hung 70 sheets of drywall. 2 of them, one guy was cutting, one guy was measuring, the other kid was punching the nails back behind me, or the screws behind me. I set every screw in 70 sheets of drywall. I'm 57 years old. That's over 2,000 screws by myself. Okay? These other guys were going like, hey, man, slow down. You're working us a little bit too hard. I'm going like, well, I feel pretty good. Can we go another hour? And they had to go home at 4:30 because we started at 7:30. I'm not used to working with people because I've been on my own for a long time, but I had to kind of throw in with people just to get myself started again. So these younger guys wanted to, show me the ropes. A young guy to show me the ropes. And I said, well, okay, that's cool. And I didn't say much to anybody. And I just, put my time in, and I've done 2 or 3 jobs with them with keeping my mouth shut before this, but this was a real big one. And it's a testimony, because if you think about 70 sheets of 4x8 drywall in a basement hung by 4 guys in an 8-hour day, that's a lot of work. If anybody's, it's a lot of bull work, it's muscular work. And
it's not easy, I can guarantee you. I've done that. I'm not a very good drywaller, but it's a lot of work.
So I had to set myself to it and just to survive, you know what I'm saying, Denny? But at the end, I felt so good. I feel good I feel good, I'm not lagging behind. I'm not going home and putting the heat. I used to have to go home and put the heating pad on my back. My shoulders would hurt because so now I hung all the drywall. So today I'm the painter. So I went back in 4.5, 5 hours. I primed all this stuff by myself. I busted out 10 gallons of primer and primed it all out in about 5 hours. And these guys are going like, hey, what are you doing? And I'm going like, well, I'm just working. I feel like I'm working like a 30-year. I feel like I'm 30 years old again. And I shouldn't say that, but this is my personal testimony, is that I don't feel like I'm lagging behind anymore. I feel like I'm just like, I'm happy to, I know I'm just happy to be where I am right now, and I'm not hurting. My body isn't hurting. I can go to work. I don't like getting up early like that. I'm an old timer that I was kind of set in my old ways, but the good Lord has gave me a little bit something here to work with, and I said, well, hey, you got it, get it, let's go and do it. So I did, and some of these guys are going like, hey, old man. But I'm going like, I eat my lunch just like you. I'm not doing anything different. I got a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with a pop and a juice and a blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying? But they don't know what I'm doing over on the other side here. But I wanted to say that I don't eat as much food anymore, but you still have to eat food. And, like Jackie said, I don't eat as much food, and food to me, when I eat it, it's like, don't put that in me, or, it just feels like, it's harder for me to digest food as a whole, but I still feel the need that I have to do it, or I like to do it, or I enjoy the taste of it. So I'm not over that part about it yet, but the observation here is that, I'm an old guy still humping it pretty good with the young guys, and they don't understand why.
Good one, Mark. Hey, it'd be good if you could write that up for the testimonial site at the Keshe Foundation there, and I'll approve it and put it through for you.
Wait until I get my 91-year-old mom on here. And she's ready to do it. I'm telling you, Rick.
Oh, yeah.
From a year ago, I had my mom was using a walker and a cane, and she was in rehab, and people were coming to visit her and say, check. My mom goes up and down 13 stairs every night to go to bed. Goes up and down the stairs, doesn't use a cane anymore, doesn't use a walker anymore, eats food, enjoys life, goes to bingo. And when she says, Mark, I think my fingers are getting, she used to be a secretary that used her fingers to typewrite. She's 91 now, so arthritis really set in hard on it. And her fingers were really, really crooked. Like when you used to see people's fingers like really twisted because of all the typing. She's going like, look at my fingers. They're so much straighter.
Wild.
Well, and it's nothing. I said, Mom, just use the stuff that I make for her. And it's probably because it's just the shea and the cocoa butter. But the knees were the things that were going bad on her. And I made the stuff for her, and she'd have to use her hands to put it on her knees, which made her arthritic hands.
Very clever. Yeah.
So last weekend, Lee took the ball experiment to another step, and I love that. It worked very well. I'm thinking about that, but there was another portion of that where we talked about soap, the soap portion where they were making soaps in Germany or Austria, where he had soaps, making soaps and putting Gans in soaps. And I'm putting Gans in the shea and cocoa butter. So we're washing ourselves with the material, but my idea with the shea and cocoa butter was that it would stay on your skin longer. As the oil starts to penetrate the area, you would still have the CH3 or the CO2 or whatever you deemed needed for the area. It would be in the shea and cocoa butter, and it's very easy to melt down. I just took a little electric teapot, put a cup in it, put the shea butter in it, and I could show you that real quick, but that's for another time. But it's a very easy process, and she uses it. And, after about 6 months now, this stuff all takes a long, consistent period of time. If you're consistent with things like vitamins, back in the day, take your vitamins. Everybody got to take a vitamin to make you feel good, right? But maybe that was a placebo or not, or you got a little bit out of it. But in your mind, between your mind and what we're doing, it takes us to the next step. So for testimonials, Rick, we're going to have a really nice one in about when she's feeling pretty good. So between her and I, we'll have some nice stuff for the Keshe.
Right on. Yep, great. Yeah, and for just so people know, there's a testimonial site at the Keshe Foundation main site, and if you click on that, you can enter your testimonial for your experience with various Keshe products, Keshe inspired products, let's say. Was that a picture there you wanted to show, Mark, or what was that? I missed that.
Well, that was just my stuff, you know, but I don't want to take up, you know, I'm just yak, but I just jumped in on Denny's thing. And so, but I'm sure there's somebody else. I just got a little bit of stuff to show. And,
Well, if you got something to show, it's probably a good time, but let's see if there's anyone else out there who has something they would like to present at this time, or should we go with Mark? Going once, going twice. Okay, Mark, take it away. Let me highlight you here. Alrighty. So you got little production line set up here, it looks like. Holy cow. What are those things in the behind the coils there? Anyway, explain away.
well, what do you want to know? These up here?
Yeah, what are those things? Oh, those are your rotating deals. Yeah, I recognize them now. They're so black, it's hard to see.
They're a little dark, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Just so people know, there's a motor on the bottom there and a little gear drive or something, and it rotates the top parts.
Yeah, let's try to get a little closer. Yes, because how's that?
That's good. Perfect. Yeah.
So remember, these are the ones that they're so dark. Well, maybe I can just pull this out for a minute. I just make these things so that I can work with them. The nano coating is so dark, I don't know how to relight it. I got a ton of light pushing on it.
That's interesting. Yeah, you can sort of see it, but even with it being shiny, it's still hard to see. Yeah, it's good though. It's a good picture.
I mean, it's dead close. So in the center, you know, you can see the center crossovers. This is just your mini Magrav. Dang it. I don't know how else to light this thing. It's just, the nano coating is just so dark that I don't know what else to tell you.
Oh, when you're dealing with material that absorbs all the fields that hit it, there's really no way to do that.
We've tried it different ways, right, John? So anyway,
I've tried a number of different ways, and it's other than getting really close to it so that you can see the very fine detail, that's really the only way to actually see what's going on.
And if it was a perfect absorber, we wouldn't even be able to see any details at all. We'd just see blackness, and that would be like a black hole, basically, for all light that goes into it. That we can see quite clearly now. I don't know how you change that, but we can really see it clear now.
that's how it looks almost to the naked eye. There's no Gans on it yet. But you know what I'm saying? So now, these are where the pods are going to go.
Yeah, that's right. You need to explain that part for people that wouldn't have seen that before. Do you have a pod you could put in, or is that that one might hurt them actually, or mess it
No,
up?
because I haven't. I didn't want to start putting the pods together yet, because once
once I put them together and start putting them in there, then they become active. So, you know, I'm saying once I put the solution in this is a pod. This is a nano-coated inside with a nano-coated wire. Oops, that's glued, you know, it's glued on one end. So the glued part will be on the top. So I can, this is an open end right now. Oops. See that it's open. So I can fill it with Gans of any sort. Where's my, well, there we go. So some will be CuO, some will be CH3, so on and so forth. So that's going to be the pod that goes inside. See the little hook on the end here? The hook on the end will go down to the bottom because these two coils here are connected to the bottom at the very end. So the outside is connected to the inside, which starts your magnetical and gravitational field. So once you bring the field from the outside to the inside, that's your feeding point. That's what you want to, that's where you're going to pull the CH3, the CuO, and the CH3, CuO, and CO2. That's why you want to start bringing that from the middle. And that's what the pot will have inside it at different gradients. I can fill it halfway, 3/4, or full. And what those pods will do with that, and then I'll hot glue it. Like Denny said, you got different grades of hot glue that will be able to, and I use the very high grade. It takes about 65 to 70 watts to heat that glue up. So you know it's a little bit stronger than the 40-watt glue. When you go, you can find that out. But anyway, so the tip of this will be outside the glue so that it'll be able to, these mini Magravs will be able to use what's inside here. And then once the nano coating and now the outside is treated with the same thing at the same level, you know, so if this is CH3 at a 1/4 level, then this one on the outside will be CH3 at a 1/4 level. So then once you insert the pod, you have an inside and an outside gradient. And then once you start feeding that, you know, then that gives you your rotation within the small mini Magrav. Is that hard to follow? I'm sure it is.
I can understand because I've been through it a few times with you. But I'm sure if someone just tuned in and saw this thing and tried to follow the reasoning, they would probably have a hard time till they got the theory and some of the, even knowing the theory, you probably have to see it and hear it at least 3 times for a new idea for it to take effect.
Right. So you keep on asking yourself, why does he have all these red wires on here? It would be a good question.
Okay, why do you have all the red wires on there, Mark?
Because the red wires represent the feeding, because you'll have a little bit more of CH3, CuO, and CuO and CH, you know, the combination of the 3, because you need a feeding unit is far away from each one of them, and then in the middle you need a central core, and that's that's the whole main thing behind this, is because you have a central core that's pulling. And with the ice, when I froze one of these units, you could actually see the central core brings the energy from the middle outward. It creates an outward flow from all these units. And that's that. I could do that experiment 10 times in the flow. I've done it 3 times now already, and the same exact flow comes out. Now I probably should, but I didn't want to activate it. And these pods might change that flow, and I don't know. But anyway, at least we have an idea that that's what should happen. So that base that theory on what I've thought about was, that's why these arms are in the middle of that, because once the rotation starts, these outward these small rings and big rings start to collect that field, and then we can bring that field through the nano-coated wire into the main unit, which would be these, which would be the main rings inside. You know how that looked. So these will be connected to these that are in the middle. And the reason why we do that is because the middle is really what we want to get to. These are all single wired central core wires, one wire that goes into the plastic tubing and comes back out, which would what you can do with these is now place whatever amounts of Gans you want to put in there. And then what I'm thinking is, now that we want consection, the rings, these are the rings. That's why we made these rings. We don't need balls to go around. These are the rings of the balls. So if we use certain amounts of Gans on the outside of the rings, that would make the flow through the ring, through the nano-coated ring and the vinyl ring that's inside that nano coating is a vinyl tube, and then there's this single wire goes through that vinyl tube, and there's a T for that. So what I'm saying is, once you place Gans in here and you place different areas of other types of Gans, you're going to create like you want, like everybody's like Mr. Keshe was saying. If you saw different spaceships or whatever you want to call them, that's why you get that created light per se, and that's what we're trying to get, is the motion or the light or the energy or whatever that is supposed to be created. And like I said, these are smaller rings, and then you have the larger rings. And what you're really looking at here is these rings are the exact same size as what these rings are, should be inside of here. So the Magrav units that we are familiar with, what I did was I took these from inside to outside, and I made them separate, like Armin said, one single unit per unit, so that you can, once you nano coat them and Gans them, that's it. You don't have to worry about the mixing or the touching of each other, or worrying about one drop dripping on one another, because then that's cross contamination. So this way, each ring has its own representation, and you have a tube and an opening in order to inject whatever Gans you'd like to put in it. And then you just cap it off. You need a little bit more, a little bit more in there. That's my concept.
Yeah, I really like that, Mark. The idea of the tube is great for one reason. If you think of that tube as having plasma inside of it, which it is basically with the plasma water or Gans, then it's a continuous tube. It's not like the coils in that the coils are broken. They have an opening. But the tube has a continuity in a continuous circle. I mean, it has an opening where you can add stuff to it, but that's different. And it's got a little restriction in one place. It's not a continuous tube all the way, but it still has the opening, so it allows the flow around. And it seems like that would be a really good idea with the coils around it, and then the wire in the center. It seems like there's a lot of grounds to say that that would be an effective design. Otherwise the plasma that's inside the coils would be mostly in an air environment, which might be more difficult to create the plasmatic effect inside there. And of course, we still have plasma in the actual layers of the nano coating itself, which is the prime thing anyway. But this adds another dimension and a really great way to control it as well. If you had tubes going into the circular tube, then you could add or extract different kinds of, or different gradients, different strengths of Gans material in there. So I mean, if this became a actual flying design, it would lead to lots of ability to control things through it.
Well, it's just a concept. Like I said, it's a working concept that we've all been working with, and it's all theory. We don't know what's going to happen once the theory starts. Look at Lee. He's got 10 different theories all together in his living room.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And yourself as well, Mark. Well, many of us, we don't just work with one idea. We're working with many different concepts, and it's been a building up process too, of step by step for many years now, actually. And you're right, it's in a way it's theoretical. In a way, we may not get big effects from some of these things that may not get lift, let's say. But on the other hand, this may set the groundwork, or it may actually work in order to do that, because we're working very close with some principal ideas that are at the core basis of the technology. And sometimes you can get lucky when you're dealing with those basic forces and basic ideas.
Well, I think luck is on our side, so
yep.
We just keep working with what we have. So at least this is a start. And this week was, different weeks are different things. There's all the Gans.
Breaker, Mark. This is Denny.
Hi, Denny.
Back to your design. One of the things you can think about on the coil is every twist is a reactor. Every turn of the coil is a reactor. You can think of that in that respect. The other question I have, well, there's maybe one that slipped my mind, but there's another one that's still there, is that you've taken and frozen your double coils with your 6 double coils with the one in the center, and you see a plasma flow. You see some traces from that center core. how can you tell it's coming from the center core or going to the center core?
Looking at it with the naked eye, it looked like it was the center core. It looked like it was coming from underneath the bottom and flowing through the center, because it looked like a more of a volcano top, you know, more volcanic, more rise of the ice on the top. And as the ice was rising, the bubbles were being pushed away. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's sometimes I have to question my own lying eyes when I'm looking at things, and so I
did too, because I thought maybe the bubbles would tell the truth, and the way that the bubbles were elongated were not towards the unit but away from the unit, like the bubble was made from the, you know, from the unit and then pulled towards the outside of the container.
So was it like egg-shaped, an elongated egg shape, a ball, a bigger butt, and a thinner point?
It was more cylindrical than a ball. You know, it started out as a ball towards the unit, and then as it came towards the like if you looked at the pictures closer, I don't know if you could go on my Facebook, but it just looked like the wires in the one unit, they were like little whips of energy that were, or the it was more like a length of air instead of a ball of air. Do you know, does that make sense? It was more elongated.
Needle effect, a needle
Yes,
effect.
yes.
And so what's important is how you feel about it, how you interpret it, and that's what's important. And because you're the one who's putting this experiment together, you're the one who's following the principles, and it's your idea. So it's what's important is how you interpret it.
Well, that's it. But by that principle of me seeing, and I did it like I said a couple of times, and a couple of other different experiments with the ice, made me make those outside, because I didn't know what to do with those outside rings on my unit, you know, my main unit. But it just told me instinctively that you have to wrap that mini Magrav in some way to collect that field, to bring that into my main unit that's going to feed the central core of my unit. Once I get that figure 8 going into the central core, boom, then we got some action going on there. You know, I got a 4-way configuration that once it's done, you know, I'm going to have a 4-way configuration, 4-way of, I'm not saying it right, a 4 figure 8, 2 4 2, yeah, a 4 figure 8. Does that make sense to you? It'll be 2 on this side and 2 on that side. It'll make a 2. It'll make 2 figure 8s in the middle of the core. But anyway, that's it for another. We'll talk about that once it starts to be more completed. But what you're looking at here is I'm getting closer to the end of this experiment, or this run, this production run. You know, I started at a 1.9, and it's what, 1.26 today, or 2.7. something like that. But everything that I made, you know, like the curious thing is we now know that there. Oops, did I disconnect something? No, okay. We now know that there's something in number one unit. We seen the stuff that was growing last week in here. I just thought it was maybe it was a fluke or who knows, but I'm watching it. It's getting bigger in here. There's a lot more of what we seen last week in here. And I can set the camera up so we can take a look at it. And last week, there was nothing in this one. I thought, well, that's a good thing or a good sign that maybe there was some sort of contaminant in this one. But as it turns out, there's the same thing that's happening in this one is in this one. And the bothersome is, yes?
You can see the difference is the one on the right has way more bubbling action than the one on the left. So I think it would be disturbing the formation of that stuff because of all the bubbles and the vibration.
This one?
Yeah.
Well, I had a lot of bubble action in this one. So I thought, well, I don't know. These ones down here seem to bubble a little bit more than this one here. I can't control it. I kept turning this one down and down and down and down. This one down. But these guys, maybe it's because I got smaller containers on the end. I don't understand it.
It depends also on the depth of your bubbler. If there's a difference in the depth of where the bubble is bubbling from, it makes a huge difference on how much comes out.
The length of the hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all about the same.
You can alter that a bit if you want. By making it longer, it should produce less bubbles.
I got valves on each one where I can control the bubbles.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, continue. Yes, interesting.
So, but you know, the CH3 down here, it's really unusual. I don't know how I'm going to wash this stuff. It's as clear as the day. There's a little bit of Gans on the bottom of each one, but they're so clear. Now, you know, this was made with magnesium and, Epsom salt and...
oh, yes, right. Thanks for that reminder.
Yes.
What was it? Epsom salt and potassium something.
Glutamate. Glutamate.
Potassium glutamate. Okay.
Yes. So really, there's not a lot of Gans. There's a small amount of Gans, but the I'm taking the pH readings, and they're quite high on the 5 of them. Let's see. There's it's 8.2, 7.8, 8.2, 7.4. But then these guys on the end here. Oh, I don't have a. I forgot to write that one down. Dang. Anyway, the silver and the silver. I don't know if the camera will really pick it up, but can you see the color difference between the two?
Yep.
Yep. Silver is really, really blue, and then these are the two that I have the ores, the iron ore and the iron ore and the copper ore, and they're just making Gans. You know, I thought maybe the wires were dripping down, but the wires aren't even near the water. So and then I moved the air hose to make sure that there was no bubbling action that went up onto the wire. The wire is turning a little bit green, but it's definitely making Gans between both ores.
I really like that experiment. That's special Gans.
That's really wild Gans, yeah. We'll see what happens there.
This is caveman Gans. If you were a caveman, you could have made this. Think about it.
Exactly. Yep, all you need was little bit of sea salt and a couple of rocks, and away you go.
Yeah.
So in last week, Mr. Keshe told us to try to make carbon Gans. And I may have made it without me really understanding what I made. And this was made with just raw copper and those gouging rods with sea salt. And when you take it, you know, I could do a little experiment on the fly here. If I take a little bit out of the container, and put it on a napkin, if I took a hair dryer to the napkin, we all like experiments on the fly, right?
We can see it on the camera. Okay.
Oh, my hair dryer got it too close. Well, always when you want it to work, but I did it earlier. And if I let it dry, it's just like Mr. Keshe said, it's almost a powder where you can go like this with it, and it'll actually on your fingertip, if you touch it on your fingertip, it's almost like carbon. So I don't know if I made carbon or if this is the carbon that we're looking for, or...
How did you make it again? Did you use electricity and with your...
No electricity.
Just copper and a carbon electrode.
Yep, that like lead or Denny told us that gouging rod. I took all that coating off, that copper coating off.
Mm-hmm.
And, like Armin said, just oh, there we go. Whoa! Like Armin said, just sand it a little bit so it's smooth, and then I just put just a regular piece of copper tubing, like I got up there, and with a little bit of wire around it, and I had this carbon rod in there. And I let it go for 30 days, and this is what it made.
Was there any deterioration in the copper?
No, the copper was just almost the same as what it looked like when I put it in.
Okay, yep, then it must be carbon for sure. But it, I don't know if it would be a Gans of carbon or just a nanocarbon.
That's my question to you. What do you think it is? And, you know, if I get it dried up here, once the water's out of it, then you can see what it looks like. It'll smear.
Mark, this is Denny. I think I recall him saying at that time that if you rub it between your fingers and it leaves no black mark, then you'll have the Gans. If it leaves a black mark, then you still have carbon. So, I mean, on your fingers, you rub it between your fingers when it's dry. If it leaves no, now you go back and you listen to what he gave as an indicator of the difference on his video. I'm doing it from memory. I don't have it right in front of me. So
Yeah,
you might
that's the
want
way I recall it too, Denny. Is yeah, you rub it between your fingers, and if it leaves a, like a residue or a black marks, then that's one thing. But if it doesn't, then it's the Gans. It's hard to even get it on your finger, isn't it? Really.
Yeah. And it's still a little bit wet.
Right. I'm not sure if how that affects things, but.
I think you'd want a bigger quantity.
And maybe have it have it dry. Yeah, have it dry as well. So you might have to put like several drops on and dry, maybe dry in between.
So really what we're looking for, once it's completely dry, we don't want it to stain your skin.
That's the way I heard it.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
But you might want to go back there and review what he said, because I'm not saying that my memory is all that great when it comes to this stuff.
Okay.
When was that, Denny? What workshop was it?
Well, that I don't remember.
Maybe 3 or 4 workshops ago, or was it more?
I think it was closer.
Okay.
But it had to be, Mark was doing this experiment. Mark was ahead of the time.
No. Well, the experiment just came out the way it did, Denny. Because we learned about the gouging rods way back when, and I just made this stuff, and it turned out that way. I thought it was, it was worth keeping. It was, I thought it was pure CuO with carbon and copper. It was probably the purest form, I thought. And I just made it with salt water and bubbling. So, and that's what made was, that's what this whole big container is made. I mean, it's pretty big.
Yeah, it's made a surprising amount there.
Yep.
How far apart were the electrodes?
Oh, it's made in the container.
I mean, at each end, the electrodes were at each end of the container, or were they closer together?
Well, they were made in these.
Oh, in those containers, right. Oh, I see. And then you put it into there.
Yeah, so I was going to, I can use this as, I put them in these big containers so I can use them. I had an idea that I was going to be able to, when we first were taught to Gans code our coils, I needed something big enough to put them in. But now I know better not to do the whole thing, because you want a gradients and a variance. So this is kind of an old way, but now I'm going to keep these containers, because I think if something, these containers are useful. They hold about 2 gallons of water, and I have the Gans material on the bottom. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put a valve, a spigot here. Just drill a hole and put a spigot here, so I can I have CH3, CuO, and CO2, these same units. And I've been making gallon, I made all those gallon containers that are nano coated, because if something happens, I probably got about 30 or 40 gallons of different variants of Gans water, CH3, CuO, and CO2, just in case if something happens. They're all down, in storage right now, down here in storage. just in case if something happens.
Yep, that's a good idea, actually, and that should be
It's
part of our survival gear in a way,
that's
in a
what I
big way.
thought. If we keep making it every week, and putting them in, I got a whole bunch of empty gallon nano-coated gallon containers. I nano-coated all those with these, with my process. So, every day I just take a little bit out, some are way down here, see a little bit CO2 and CH3, and you just kind of have to keep making that stuff so that in case if something happens, you have it. It's ready to go.
Do you have them dated? Do you have a date on them?
Oh, that's a good idea, Denny. No, I don't have them dated. I just know that, these are probably, I just did these in the last maybe 3 weeks, so I can date them. I've been, because I never had anything. All this stuff here, all these stuff up top here, I know all this stuff is now nano-coated. Everything has been through my process. I had stuff that wasn't nano-coated and some was mishmashed. And, even as far as these containers go, these are nano-coated. I put those through the process of just to clean them up to make sure that there's no man-made stuff. They went through 165 degrees of caustic wash 3 times and then washed again. So I know that they're pure. Everything I have in my room now is all washed and pure from top to bottom. Everything you see has been through the nano-coated process. I don't have anything that you have to worry. I have to worry about where stuff is. There's no contaminants anymore. I don't have to worry about contaminants.
Yes, go ahead and date those, and so that when you look at them and you inspect them, you will know when they were made and see if there's any differences between the earlier and the latter.
Yeah, because because I did this process 6 months ago, and I had stuff that had mold in them, black spots, just like the pads. These containers have they put starch in them so that they degrade in the landfills. So I thought by with the heat and the caustic, it burns off that all them starches. Like John said, there might be milk residue in them. When you get that plastic that hot, it just kind of just shrivels a little bit and just, there's nothing left in it. And I get rid of all the, you don't want to keep that caustic because that's all contaminant. I get rid of all that stuff. I take it down to where it's, where they have a place where you can get rid of all your waste hazards. There's a city, in the city, there's a place where you can get rid of like paints and, solvents and stuff like that. So you don't want to keep that stuff and you don't want to really let it go into the sewer. So I just take it there and it's just hazard material and they put it in a big tank and I don't know what they do. It's their problem after that, not mine. They call it hazard material. That's all I got.
Excellent, Mark. Thank you for that roundup. Any other questions for him, or shall we move on here?
Well, I have to go back to his red wires.
The pretty red wires, I might add. They're just the perfect color for some reason. But anyway, go ahead.
The thing of it is, what is one end? What are the ends connected to? The ends of the red wire, there's 2 ends, I believe. Don't need you to tear it apart. I just need you to tell me.
Yep. So the outside, these outside, there's three of them. I only use the red wires for three of them. And then there's three red wires that go to the center core. So the center core small wires go just before the inbound of the Magrav, which we learned when these were made. They called it, we wanted lead, but Mr. Keshe told us, or gave us, the formula to put in the middle to make a central core. So that's what I'm going to put in the middle, not lead anymore. There's a formula for central core material. So the central core material helps to bring everything into the middle, like he said. So each central core small wire brings the outside Magrav unit into the inside Magrav unit, so that it pulls, it gives a negative, or I should say not a negative pull, but it helps to pull from this unit, this small unit, to this small unit. And by having the central core just before it goes down into the middle, which is your pull point, because that's being pulled down and then wrapped around and then brought back out and then shot to the next mini Magrav in the back. And the same process happens in the back one, because on that central point now, the same red wire goes just before that one drops into the middle, just like this one dropped into and the same thing on this one, there's a drop-in point. Does that make sense?
Yes. Question is, how many red wires do you have?
6.
6. You have 3 that go from outside, 3 different outside cores.
I have 3 that go from the inside core to the outside mini Magravs. Okay, that's your pull points.
Yes.
And then I have 3 wires that actually help feed the mini Magravs, the CH3, the CUO, and the CO2. And the length of it goes from, like, say this one here, which would be CO2, goes all the way across to this Magrav unit, which is a pull. It's pulling, it wants to feed it, because this is a stronger field.
Stronger going to the weaker. So
yes, exactly. Because there's not much that's going to be able to be held in that pod that's going to be in here. That small pod, this small pod will be in here in the small area, but the bigger pod will be in the bigger feeding point. These fit right inside that one. Does that make sense? Because there'll be more of that CH3 or CO2 to be transferred into the Magrav unit. So when it needs it, it already has it in the central core, but if it needs more, it can take it from this pod, which is the feeder unit. It has no other purpose but to feed that mini Magrav. And you have 3 of them. Each one of them has a feeder unit for each mini Magrav. So each
do you have this written down?
Yes.
You have it written down, and the thing of it is the formula for the center one, you got that written down. So none of this stuff is going to slip your mind. You got it all there. Good.
So
It looks as simple as Mayan. If you know the Mayan language, you should be able to figure this out easily.
Well, of course, shouldn't you? It's not that hard.
It's all
It's
the
very
same.
simple, isn't it? To all of us.
Well, I appreciate your time, Mark. So thank you.
So, like we've talked before, we are the CH3 in all of this. CH3 is us. So when we receive CO2 from the atmosphere, you know, it starts out clean and beautiful, and it comes to us, and it's fed to this CH3. And once, because the outside ring of this is feeding the inside ring of this, and in the bottom they're connected, and they have the pod in it. So then once it's connected, the CH3 now is, you know, if you could just imagine, we're standing here in between. If these were in our hands, it'd be our left and our right hand, because then it's the energy is sent through here. CH3 goes to the CuO, which is the purifier. And then, you know, that goes to the inner ring, which goes to the outer ring. And then once it's purified, now we're happy to send it back to the atmosphere, back out into the Mother Earth, because it's purified and it's clean. It's CO2 again, and we'll be able to use it, send it out, use it, and send it back to ourselves. And the outside feeding pods, like I said, CH3 is way over here. That it has to pull. There's a whole bunch more CH3 here than there is here in that little pod. There's a big pod and a little pod. So with that red wire, it goes all the way over to here to feed each one. So like I said, there's CuO that feeds this one here, and then there's CO2 that feeds this one way up here. And the central core, which we thought at first was lead, which now we know the formula to put that, you need to put that just in front of each one of these units to pull that particular CH3 or CO2 out of that mini Magrav to send it down the line. That's why you have that in front of there, to pull it out and send it. Once it's sent down the line, then it does its thing. And then once it's done its thing, it needs to be pulled out of there to send down the line again. That's what the center core does. And that's where you get the diamond shape, or hopefully the movement of the molecular structure within that. You want to keep pulling each one of them out. And that's the basic theory behind that. That's what I'm hoping will happen. So you can just imagine statically that this is a static unit here that you're looking at, that we thought should stay static. But since I have to go one step further, because I do things like that, I put the static unit on a moving motor, which are these small units that move the whole complete unit, that is self-sustained, and will create that plasma ball that we've seen in the ice around it, so that we can collect, so that these arms can collect the plasma field around it.
Yes, that's very interesting. Very good concept. The question I have to ask, I'm going back a few sentences back to the center core, where he's with one time thought was lead. Do you recall that formula? Can you give it to us? How easy is it for you to find that formula?
This is what Mr. Keshe said. Central core formula is all the Gans are oxidized. So you would need CO2, the zinc, the brass, the silver, a small amount of aluminum, and some cold caustic, and about 5% of CH3. Does that make sense?
Well, I see that the oxides, I don't know what the brass will come out to be, but will it be a silver oxide? Will it be or just a silver Gans? I appreciate you putting this up because now I have a reference point, and thank you very much for doing that.
I stopped it, I wrote it down as he said it, and I want to say it's in like 148, 147, but I couldn't tell you where. I just, Denny, when I hear stuff, I just write stuff down. This is my dry powder Gans. I made a dry powder of quartz crystals, which is actually just sand, really, but it's pure quartz, with some seagrass, a seashell, a pine cone, and the roots of an orchid, some sugar cane, unrefined sugar, a quarter cup of that, 5 grams of aluminum, and then CO2, CuO, and CH3 Gans, all dried. This is my dry powdered Gans that we learned. Gosh, I took this formula probably almost a year ago, if not longer.
Well, I appreciate your efforts, Mark. Thank you very much. And I think you've helped a lot of people with your explanation here as far as referencing things. That's great. And I'm going to have to look back on these things as well, because as I'm making this funny TetraJoint thing, I'm going to have to make decisions in how to set up these coils, and so this will give me a chance to look back at that center core. So thank you very much.
It's fun, and like I said, Denny, I might not be perfect, and I listened to this stuff 3 times, and we can all just kind of, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but
at this point, all of us have to interpret it, and we get different ideas, and so then we get to play with them. I think somebody, Rick, there was people on the chat. I do have something I want to show, but I'm not, I am no big hurry, and it can wait. I think there's some people on the chat that want to have some questions answered. Are you there, Rick?
Just checking out the chat. There's a question from Jay. Would you explain the difference between an electrical capacitor and a plasma capacitor? Are they both the same thing, only the plasma ones hold less charge or capture it from the air and stuff? Well, that's a good question. Well, as far as the plasma capacitors go, we know that they work on a little different than a regular electrical capacitor. and we generally, I don't even think they're measured in farads and microfarads and so on, like a regular electrical capacitor. But the plasma capacitors are a similar concept, but they're not exactly the same design. You see, electrical capacitors usually have sheets of conductor with an
Hi guys,
insulator in
can I
between.
help you with this
Yeah,
capacitor?
sure, go ahead. Talk about it or show us something. Hello?
Can I draw something actually?
Sure, that would be good.
An
Yeah.
explanation is quite, if you got some white screen, because I didn't get any white screen, that's one.
You can use the screen share and select whiteboard.
All right, screen share and white. I'm looking for whiteboards. Yes, I got it. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, yep.
Machine works well. All right, the main idea, I mean, for the plasma, and because we see difference between something like a plasma capacitor and electric capacitor, but actually it's not any difference at all. The origin from capacitors come from same idea, come from very early time of a revolution with the electric stuff when everything was created. That was the Volta batteries. That was not actually Volta cell. The batteries was the name bring in England because was just many these cells, and someone say something like, "Oh, this is a big battery of something." Okay, the concept is pretty much basic. I mean, okay, we got the rod and the black color. All right, we get the rod and this part. Let's call up. That's gonna be coil actually. Okay, that's rod, center pin, and that's the coil. Okay, and the idea is always same. If you, that's how it looks for outside, but inside is the situation inside. Let's do the like a solid wall, the same elements. You know that's the same stuff. Okay, and this is like a field effect. Everything what's happened around us is let's call it radiation. This is the energy. Everything is energy basically, and when you got piece of something, let's say this is the kind of gravitational element because this is the something inside the earth holding somewhere in the space, and is a space between another element with another element. We got this area. So what's happened if we're gonna connect to say electric circuits, any kind of type of energy? It doesn't matter gonna be river or gonna be electric circuit in a house, or I show you the example with the river for a few seconds. The most important with the electric actually for us is just the field effect. When we get kind of electrostatic situation, but this is the classic, very classical capacitor idea. The modern capacitor are built in a different way, but they use absolutely same idea. So we got the center pin, and the center pin creates something like a field around, because the field is made with the same components like coils, but the coils get, for example, minus or plus, and now we get the reverse situation, minus. Oh, sorry, on the gonna be plus or minus. Always gonna be reverse situation across, basically, something like that. And this energy always will look for some place to discharge, or basically for find the most closer connection to let's say organic brother. The organic brother for this part gonna be this part. So we got kind of field effect, and the field, I will draw the colors quicker. Okay, and this field, when it's created, they automatically be sucked by center pin, part of this field, but only field not physical energy. That's the one. That's how we create something what we call polarization, the difference between energy and the size between the distance between these two elements or materials or anything what we actually put here. They change the environment with this interaction. So that's the capacitors from the electricity, and how we use actually capacitors from electricity. This is the very standard way. This part of energy need to escape somewhere, and this is the kind of electric way. They escape, and we got the less energy here because we got, for example, I don't know, let's say 12 volts, and on the end we're gonna get something like a 6 volts or any different value connected with AC or DC. DC, whatever gonna happen with these different parameters, they always happen same situation. We're gonna lose part of this field, and we actually compress the value on the start. So we get something like this is the start situation, this is the end situation, and we go to compression, something like that. And this compression, this is basically a different parameter. We actually call this with some voltage, amperage, or many things. This is the one way to use, of course, because this is the device who works in a both way. I mean, this is the one way. The second way gonna be reverse situation. So, and we got other situation like a semiconductors. We perfectly, I mean, maybe not everyone is conscious, but we got everywhere inside mobile phones and everywhere inside the computers. That's how work microcomputer. This is the original idea from for capacitor. For I know this probably more than 150 years old. And when you got the situation that starts, I mean, let's say this is our start and this is our end. This is our start and end. So if you're gonna put something between, and we're gonna speed up the field, so we're gonna compress or expand the field more and less. So that's the idea. So that's how we use inside processors the piece of quartz, because quartz got special properties and change a little bit environment around. And when you get one circuit and another circuit, you just need to put some value, let's say 1, and if it's 1, nothing happened. If we're gonna put 2, something is created, and this piece of something, this is a wire, this is empty space, and this is piece of something in a computer. That's going to be a piece of quartz crystal, and this is the connected. When we get energy here, and when we apply the energy on the other side, okay, energy start here, go to another side, create impulse, and this impulse creates something like a bridge, and we got 1 as a 0 1. That's the idea how works every single computer. So basically, we get absolutely same situation here, but without this element, we have constant field effect between the core and the coil. So that's the typical behavior for every single capacitor on this planet, because that's the capacitor, and batteries too, because the battery and the capacitor is absolutely the same device. We actually do this different names because technical story, but let me explain. That's gonna be a very quick sketch from capacitor. Okay, that's a central pin. That's the coil. That's the plasma capacitor. So, oops. Let's say this is the electric. This is the plasma. Okay, and in our case, we got gravitation and magnetical signal. So let's do gravitational warm and magnetical cold. So, and we get the field effect, same story, because amount of magnetic energy, they try find the brother, and the brother is that's the brother, but the brother get a different mood. He's more on the plus, not on the, let's say, minus. This is only symbolic names, so it doesn't mean nothing. Actually, this is the magnetic, that's the gravitational. So, and the energy always try stabilize cells. So between the center core and coil, because something like that. They always try find connection between self. This is like constant situation. They're always traveling. Sorry, they're always traveling across. So if this energy, if let's say too much or something like that, is unable to actually stay only here, automatically do something like a radiation, like propagation from energy, and this energy somewhere here turns self automatically to the gravitational element, because there's no any physical connection between the elements. So if we got something between, even inside the, for example, advanced capacitors, that's going to be, for example, graphene or big nano-coated material. That's going to be like a boundary, completely indestructible boundary between the two different forces. So if you get magnetic element, for example, because we use this in very specific places, for example, when we connect the Magrav to the electric grid. So we get piece of electric energy here. In my case, this is the 300 volts, because this is the England, or 50 hertz. In States gonna be 110, if I could remember, it's 60 hertz, yeah, something like that. Anyway, this we get pulsation, and part of this information, because everything is information, go like a matter state. They create vibration, electrostatic energy, all these things there. Every single part of and type of electric forces, this is like a shadow for plasma, for the main sources. The same like a light, the same like a sound, the same like actually everything around us is like a shadows, different shadows from the one main source of information we call this plasma. And part of this information is magnetical. So, and mostly used inside the electric circuit like a minus. That's the minus. That's this part. So if you get minus, but you still get nano-coated area, so you create the field, because the matter can realize itself in a physical reality. Is completely closed inside the reactor. That's the nano-coated layer close, and this nano-coated layer closes everything inside. So basically, we create reactor, and this reactor gets specific vibration, and this vibration can find a gate to escape from this piece of wire. So the only one thing to escape is just create something like a field, and this field create interaction. So we got one part of interaction, and we got the now we got center pin, the second part of interactions. So same story happened with the central pin. When we if we are gonna apply any type of energy with different polarization, it's not a good word, but I think everyone got it. It's just different type of energy. Let's say reverse energy for the different side, or it's like a day and night, or like warm and cold in electric circuits, like a plus and minus. And we have same situation. We have a bunch of energy held inside a big reactor inside, and they can find connection, physical connection between brothers. With normal electric capacitors, we get something like a chemical element. We get tube inside the tube inside the tube, and between these tubes we get kind of chemical components, some different materials, some kind of type of salts and sodium and stuff like that, and a different type of materials like a zinc, like a copper, like a stuff like that. That's the typical capacitors in the Mother's Day. One looks something like that. It's like a small something with the two legs, and that's a typical modern capacitor. So with the plasma capacitor is a different story, because we didn't use the chemical components like that. We got the Ganses. So, and we got two type of interaction between two different aspects of the one same main field. And because this main field, and always will try catch all the stuff together. I mean, find stuff together in the same position. So, but it is physically impossible, because there's no any physical connection between this part, capacitor, and this part. So, this element, for example, is magnetical, and this element is gravitational. So, and there's no any connection between at all, nothing, only gases. We have this separation. So, and this area this is the interaction area. So we got a bunch of interaction, the plasma interaction with different fields, depends on gases, how what we're gonna put to the through the coil inside the capacitor or battery, or different gases, what you know, depends what you like to put on the core. And this is the capacitor. So what's gonna happen if you like to build battery? You need to actually do one thing, create okay, this unfortunately was polarization. You change the parameter for the for fields. So if this one is a minus, if you're gonna polarize all these elements by, for example, zinc, piece of zinc, just, or aluminium. My favorite stuff is titanium, because actually titanium is kind of material who actually hold many different, I mean, small amount of different materials, metals, like for example zinc. And get very specific. I mean, gets high there's the neutron numbers, something like that. This is the not atomic, this is the neutrons. If you get this element, that's the important thing. This is always different material than your coil. I mean, supposed to should be, because you need to build something like polarization. So differentiation between the two signals. I mean, same nano-coated materials, same reactors, because we still got same energy, hold it in same idea for the reactor. This is the nano-coated here and here. So, but they actually connected because one part touch another part. So we get very short, fast interaction inside the fields, but we didn't get one field like this one, for example. There is no situation. For example, let's say this is the field 1. Field 1 is equal to field 2. This is the field 2, because this is the same material, copper and copper. So what's going to happen if you're going to put something different? Field going to be completely different. But the main component for this field still staying the same. So we got the drag effect, the dragging effect, the field dragging effect, but this field dragging effect is affected by the extras, and this extras, this is the polarized material. So if copper is a plus, the aluminium or zinc gonna be minus. It's like a polarization inside the nature. So, and we create something like a huge reactor here, and this reactor gets stronger reaction and stronger influence on the core. And one thing more, because this is the situation from kind of linear part of this moment, but what's happened between single coils inside inside the coils around the core? We got interaction between, and this interaction, I like this metaphor. This is like when you get okay, let's draw like that. When you get electric grid or telephone grid line or telephone line, let's draw like that. And we get birds, and birds singing, and birds sitting on this line. And sometimes some birds coming, some going out. So, and they create vibration for this line. And this vibration is unregular. It's just, let's say, chaotic. It's whatever gonna come here, they're gonna create effect on the line. It's completely unpredictable. We don't know when some birds will come, when they're gone. We don't know. Just everything happened right in here, right now. But what's gonna happen if you're gonna if you like to stabilize the situation, you create a battery. So you need to apply the extra layer to actually will polarize this original field and then make one of these lines stronger. So doesn't matter how many small animals will come to the line, because they will create same vibration for all this line. It's like one situation is when every single, how to explain in English, every single signal come to the other line and create vibrations, unpredictable vibration. Everything was happening around you. But if you're gonna polarize the situation, you get different signal on the end, because it's not like a chaotic signal, but gonna be something like a one pang, 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 like a big drum, a regular signal. Because the reason for this, you actually compress some amount of energy inside your polarized material, and they can realize, go outside until we'll achieve kind of value. Let's say capacity, because this is the good name, capacity. And if capacity of, let's go like that, this is the volume for this cable. Yeah, if the capacity of if the capacity of this cable will be completely full, so they need actually automatically discharge itself in some way. But this discharge is regular, because it's on behind this discharge is same amount of energy as same capacity. That's the battery. And you get come to drums, the battery is like a regular heartbeat, like a very predictable. I mean, when you construct the battery, you create kind of predictable situation by this let's say, so by these elements. This is your predictability, this is your heartbeat. But if you gonna take this element out, you get something like small unregular drums. More quiet, not that strong, not that prominent. It's not gonna be one signal per minute. It's very strong, very loud, and predictable. It's gonna be something like a lot of some beeps and bops by few seconds, like like a completely unpredictable situation. But this unpredictable situation give you something like the 100% transfer situation, when you transfer same situation from the one wire to another wire. If you're gonna use the battery, you transfer, you actually compress the signal. You create something like a compression, and the signal on the start, even if it's very chaotic, very unpredictable, very flying, gonna be compressed to the stable signal by this this element on the middle. I mean, between the core and the coil. That's the place where we put the Ganses here. So this chaotic drawing, they look a little bit. They always look chaotic. I think this is the.
Let's see if anyone has any questions up to this point. Like Jay brought up that subject, and he says you seem to be doing good. Well, he says he says very cool. I'm getting most of it, and I'm glad I asked, and so on. And he's the first time he's seen someone explain this like this to a beginner. So, okay, that's good. So, is there any other questions or something about this up to this point? Hello. Let's see. Let's see any microphones open there. Okay, we'll continue if you like. Sorry, go ahead.
I will draw, if you like it, I will draw how build this crazy capacitors with this kind of strange effects, because it's a very simple thing. They only look complicated, but it's pretty much similar. This simple idea. So the first, what we got our score. So, and we go with the first layer. That was first coil, top of the core. And when you go to the end, we don't go, for example, to the next stage or something like that. We just back the reverse direction. And after then, when you're finished, you actually back to the start point, and you get something like the first layer go there, and layer and then another layer top of them go on the other direction. It's like a back situation. You go this, and back there. So that's the 2 layers. So the third one is actually following this one. So, and you go for the next one. Idea is very basic because they maybe look complicated, but it's so simple. This is basically plasma spark gap, because this is the mix between the battery and capacitor. It's like two devices in one device. That's as a piece of aluminum, for example, inside. So we got one. I'll draw. Okay, more simple way. Okay, 1 layer, 2 layer, and third one. So it's gonna be a little bit, I don't know, not Egyptian, but more like a cave drawing. Okay, that's the core. And the connection, okay, we go in there, we go on the end, back again, go this direction, and this is one piece of wire, and go this direction. And this is the end. And between the core, let's use the colors, more clear. That's the gravitational core, magnetic coil around, and the Ganses between Ganses and actually a piece of aluminum to change polarization inside the capacitor. So this element with the piece of aluminum or whatever we got create battery, because we got this interaction, we got this, doesn't matter how many barriers will come to this line, we get straight signal to go to discharge itself on this piece of different material, and this different material generate the extra polarization. So this extra polarization creates something like a one solid bit for us. But that's the battery function. And we get another function inside. We get function, the capacitor function, because if you go one level up, what we got? We got two wires, two bonding actually, one top another. So we have no any papers, nothing like that, only Ganses, but no any polarizing material, nothing like that, just copper and copper. It's nano-coated copper, nano-coated copper. So, and we get interaction, typical interaction for a capacitor, but not normal capacitor, because this capacitor is bounded in a different way. This is the story with going across. This is the good example is a Kelvin water generator. When you get tanks with the water, the copper rings, the water comes across the copper rings, they connect to the plates on the bottom, and plus and minus, and you get reverse situation, minus, minus. And between two copper wires inside the system, I'm gonna explain you now how this water dropper, the Kelvin water dropper, is on Wikipedia with perfect explanation. So that's what's happened. We get massive sparks and really huge. I was trying to build this device. I was building actually water dropper, and it's amazing. It's like a few thousand volts if you know how to do it. And because you get two lines, and one line you get same energy, one is polarized to the other, but same water in the tank. So I got same water. My polarization, this is the different direction for the wire. That's how I generate this polarization. Not by separate this wire like two pieces, like one layer, another wire. No, this one piece, but with different direction. But direction always go the same, because actually only look like a different, but if you will back, it's the same direction. It's not moment when I actually back like this, it's always go across, always across, only look like a different direction. So they create typical capacitor. with the very strong interactions, because it's the one go just different angles. And the next thing is the third layer, which is same story, same piece of wire, and the next part of the interactions. So we got interactions between this and this. So this the third floor and let's say the first floor, they bounded in the same direction. The second floor opposite. So this is like a river. If you know how looks river, the real stream inside the river is not always is not always the same. The one direction is here, and on the edges you get direction to the other sides, and they create something like a vortex. Vortexes actually, and this is the idea behind this capacitor, how to catch all these vortices, because
we call them eddy currents sometimes as well, and that's
exactly.
Mr. Keshe has used that word as well. So that's important concept there. And I've actually done gold prospecting on rivers and seen that phenomenon quite a bit, where you have the harder the river rushes down, the more you'll have it going backwards in certain places along the sides. And it's a strange thing. You wouldn't expect to find gold, for example, in certain places unless you understand how the river flows that way.
I'm looking for gold. I should try one day.
If you know the plasma theory, then you'll probably do well at finding gold.
Probably is. Now I'm looking for better health devices, for better health stations and stronger capacitors. The systems who actually self-organize fields much more quicker and much more stronger, something like that. So that's why I try to recreate here. I mean, if you're gonna look at that, we got another element, because we forgot for a few minutes about the core. If you're gonna do core in the same direction, so you're gonna bound it and make something like a hollow core, empty inside. It's like Armand connection, basically, absolutely same way. So we got extra direction because this is the same direction. So, and now we get a little bit different type of interactions, because one interaction go there. This is a strong drive. Everything, the most stronger go. Let's draw like that, and the one try go this direction, but they're never gonna figure out how to escape for the capacitor. So they always will back, and this is like a your up volume or something like this, like an extra energy you actually back through the system and works like an inside pump, like a heartbeat, something like that. That's the reason why I got inside these capacitors this strange, I mean, not this strange, this is normal actually for this construction, this behavior, and they hold battery capacitors, they hold perfectly this small amount of energy. They already hold this energy. Even if I'm gonna connect for main supply, it's fantastic, because you just observe how this diode very gently go to fade out. There's nothing happen like now, but very, very gently fade out, because all this energy live actually somewhere here. This basically this is another parallel. Is if you're gonna compare the situation through the nano-layers. When you look at on the microscope, the nano looks quite amazing, because the crystal got sort of structure like that. And between these crystals, we got these shining points. So only one thing when I do, I just made the same situation in a bigger scale. So, and my piece of polarized material, this is something like a polarized material top of the every single nano-coated layer. And the next thing is a gravitational field. So that's the reality. When everything manifests itself, that's the gravitation. So this is actually pretty much the same situation. I just actually do the parallel and try to apply the extra layer inside capacitors to actually create this extra spark gap inside, to create this amount of energy. Because because this is the plasma system. If I'm gonna create a lot of energy here, they're never gonna escape from this place. They always get always gonna do the same thing. The bigger field, the stronger push through the core. So that's what I'm looking for stronger push through the core. And I get a very interesting situation with these capacitors because, for example, many normal capacitor when I get actually, let's draw like that, two directions like that and one direction like that, compared to this when I got this one extra. Oh, so all right, that's gonna be right. So all right, I didn't get any direction in this side. I got only everything going to this point, everything. So this is the different situation. This is the those type of capacitors create heat. That's the heating. That's your problems with the hot glue. If you got these problems, probably. What's happened with these capacitors? After every single test, we get funny things. Faster, you're gonna spot something like a coronal discharge. Seriously, the coronal discharge on 230 volts, which is quite amazing because this is like a lighting, just like rounded lights points. It's like lightings around capacitor. It's coronal discharge. Then you're gonna hit the coils. This is because those type of construction, I mean, seems to be work like an extra fuse for the system. So if it's too much and system is unready to unload and apply everything through the core and transfer all the stuff through the coils, they always will stuck here. And I was spot few times light inside the coils. The most funny thing, the light, somewhere they like this, like sparks, but not electric sparks. That was actually quite amazing. This was like a lightings, not electric sparks, but lightings, something completely different, some like a three-dimensional small scale hologram of space with the galactics and the stars and something like that, and everything just spin up with this spin, with this spin movement. It's just rotating. It's like a hologram of galaxy, but for a very short second, because I don't like burn my electric system in the house, so I didn't try this with the stronger electric supply. That was just only a short experiment, just only for a few seconds to check what's gonna happen if I'm gonna apply through this type of capacitors. Very strong load, very strong, and capacitors are very young, very fresh, and this field is quite wet still. I mean, not the paper, but the fields, because the field needs stabilize itself. I mean, in my observation, that will take like maybe 2, 3, 4 days, something like that. Even if everything is completely dry, after when you apply Gans through the system, I mean, they really like to stay for, I don't know, maybe minimum 2 days, because between these 2 days, the fields behave like they traveling, they build self-position or something like that. So
what load did you put on when you were noticing that phenomenon that maybe you're
200, 230, just normal regular voltage from
but what wattage, what kind of load? Do you have a heater or something as a load, or just
no,
shorting it out? You mean shorting it out at each end?
That was toaster. That was, yeah, machine to do the toast, and electric kettle. That's, yeah, 2 devices. They both together drag machine through the 6,000 watts. That was 6,000 watts
right
altogether. No, that was more. Sorry, that was 7.5, because we actually connect something more, and we just try push Magrav through the boundary.
Yeah.
And after some, like, I mean, it was like a 3-4 minutes, we started observe this galaxies. It was amazing. My mate shouted me, Tom, look at the capacitor shining. And seriously, it was yellowish light inside the capacitors, and the inside only one capacitor. And draw you where all the story happened, because the circuit get one specific place when very interesting things happen. Very interesting story. I mean, but this is one specific place inside all these Magrav circuits. That was a amazing discovery. And the most funky thing, after, because we actually automatically, we just observe this phenomenon by a few seconds and disconnect to don't burn the house and stuff like that, health and safety regulation. We don't gonna blow up everything in the kitchen. So I just disconnect the stuff, and I was touched the capacitors and the coils. They was completely cold, no heating, was only coronal discharge without any heating, and that was mind-blowing things. I mean, I never expect something like that.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's important to note. I was going to say, if you're getting that just before everything starts melting, then it's probably things melting inside, like maybe the aluminum melting, turning into gas, and that kind of thing.
We actually deconstruct the capacitors because we done the tests with probably, I don't know, was maybe 4 or 5, something like that. We just actually burn them down, burn them to death to check what's gonna happen if you're gonna, push them.
Yeah, like you can see light from a copper wire if you put enough electricity through it all at once.
Yeah, exactly.
I did a test like that with a science experiment with a student I had, and we set up a number of different wires, everything from solder to copper wire, a zinc wire, a steel wire, and so on, and then put full household voltage through it, with no, just straight up to 20 amps, and they would all destroy themselves quite rapidly, and some with a burst of light and others just with kind of a melting thing. So yeah, you can definitely do that with too much power. But you're talking about something a little different in this situation.
It's a little bit different, but funny thing happened because we actually, after when we burned these capacitors, we deconstruct them and check what's happening inside, because you got 3 different layers. So the first kind of thinking of idea what we got inside the head, because maybe was dry, maybe was wet inside, maybe the gas was maybe somewhere between the layers. We just got piece of, I don't know, some liquid or anything like that who actually create this vapor condition, and we get this coronal discharge. But we check it, nothing like that. Everything was completely dry like a desert. Everything was absolutely fine. Okay, I was draw the schema of the it's gonna be a very quick schema for the way how all these things was set up. Okay, and after the construction, we spot only one thing disappear from inside. I mean, we got the burning effect. The titanium shield just burn. They not even burn. They just vapor. We actually vapor titanium inside the capacitors using 230 volts. That was quite insane because the temperature what you need to vapor titanium, even if it's a tiny shield, even if it's not, I don't know how much I get this, like a 0.05 millimeter, something like that, really tiny one, but they vapor. It just vaporize from sorry, they vaporize, not the vapor. They vaporize from capacitors, but only in a specific place. And we check with a different few capacitors, and situation always happen in the same position. Okay, let's put the colors. Okay, let's this is the let's see, blue line. There's the minus. This is the plus. This is gonna be let's see, this is the socket in the wall. That's the continental European standard. All right. And this is us, let's say, load. I always like to do the loud. Everyone knows what's going on. So and this coronal discharge always happen. And that was, wait a moment, because I got all my, even my hands, because I was done the test last weekend with another type of capacitor, looking for this beautiful looking coronal discharge, but this time was different story. Right, that was in, okay. All right. And everything happened basically in this place. Doesn't matter how many gouges you got, even if you got something like, I don't know, 26, whatever, doesn't matter. They always happen through the end, which is absolutely correct. That's what Mr. Keshe says with this progression when in the plasma energy with inside the capacitors. And basically happens somewhere there. This is the area. Not here, not here, not here, but only in this specific place. That's what we discovered. That's quite interesting thing, because the first thing we got cold light, because capacitors was completely cold. That was really shocking thing, because when you see light inside the capacitors and you got electric circuit, so it never is cold. Never. It's always warm.
Yes, that's a very big point, actually. That's the main point about the whole thing, you might say, because that's the indication that it's not a resistance effect going on.
Exactly. So that sounds that seems to be, we get the light without any resistance, but it's not the but that's the resistance, because everything is correct. That's resistant, but this is the plasma resistant. My
right.
I get speculation about this. My speculation is when you get circuit, okay, every single device behind the Magrav is actually like antenna for Magrav. It's so powerful. 3 coils, even only 3 coils, is so powerful. I mean, you're able to drag all the space using this 3 coils. It's amazing stuff. And everything what you're gonna connect behind the Magrav is behave like a big antenna or receiver, or both things. I mean, all together, you just drag all this energy through the system by all this elements. This is like roots for plants or something like that. Every single electric device what you're gonna connect to your Magrav. So, and you connect the plasmatic condition. So, it's plasmatic condition everywhere. Giant plasmatic condition. And the Magravs try load all this plasmatic condition back to the circuit. So, okay, wait a second. All right. And if your electric system is not ready, is not correctly non-coded yet because it's too fresh, you connected Magrav, I don't know, maybe a few days ago or something like that, you probably might find some problems with this, because capacity of energy what is created by Magrav using all the devices is just too much to load them through the electric grid. And this moment when you get this small contact, and this is like a boundary between 2 realities. This is the electric, this is the plasmatic, and this is the edge. And this, if you're gonna use capacitor this way, this is the edge of your boundary. So quite interesting thing. And now I just try to figure out how to use this this boundary. How because this is the gate to different dimension. This boundary. When you observe this coronal discharge, that's what's amazing thing. This looks like a hologram from kind of Hollywood high budget movies with the 3D effects. Amazing thing. Like you just open the box, and from small box you got all the galactics with the shining stars spinning around selves like a small moon or planet or something like that. Oof, was quite amazing. Quite dangerous. I mean, don't do at home. Please don't do at home, because electric grids maybe don't gonna survive this experiment. But no, yeah, it's quite an amazing discovery for me. It's like wow, like mind blowing. One of this, you know, thousands mind blowing things inside the system. How this works with the actually boundary. What we actually do, we actually push the boundary. We actually talking straight. We actually take over on this gravitational boundary using a Magravs. And sometimes let's say gravitational, this manifesting reality is not actually fully ready to take all the stuff what we got behind the Magrav. So sometimes we need wait and create kind of friendly environment, because if us field is just too big, we get this kind of strange situation on the boundary. But actually maybe that's the point. Maybe we should do this because this is the kind of magic point, magic spot. And I'm just looking now for some idea how to use this point and drag the field from this point and don't blow up the house. So that's the ideas I'm looking for. And the small observations with it.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you very much. That was quite an education there. It's good stuff came out.
Yeah,
thanks for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you for listening.
Jay says, so am I right by thinking that the Magrav system can absorb the light and the fields from the bulb back into usable energy again?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think the kind of common way of thinking about Magrav is by many people is like Magrav need take something from the grid. The Magrav but Magrav never is on a taken position. It's always on a given position. That's the amazing thing. The Magrav actually produce so massive amount of energy. We actually unable to take this energy. If I'm gonna connect now through the machine, some like a 5 or 7,000 watts, my Magrav generate that's massive amount of power. The electric grid is unable to take this power. It's fantastic solution for big workshops, big heavy machines using heavy voltage. I think that would be fantastic experiment. I was looking now for someone who actually do this kind of things to check how all this stuff will behave when you're gonna connect to some really solid supply. I don't know, maybe 360 volts.
Well, there was one story came in about a grocer who had a number of grocery stores, and they had these. In one case, there was 6 freezers, another one 8 freezers, and so on. And they were getting 38% reduction in the electrical costs to run these big freezers by 1 Magrav on a 3-phase system.
You know what? On my fridge, I get 90% reduction. I mean, I got 2 big fridges with the refrigerators on the bottom. It's like a big Woodrow's, like I don't know, English telephone box, and it's quite huge machines. But ironically, on this strange capacitors with these 3 different layers, they take, I don't know, maybe that was 1 minute, something like. With my neighbor, we observe all this behavior because we connect the meters, the electric meters, to checking what's gonna happen, and that's happened just spontaneously by a few seconds. The first was value like 800 watts, which was normal value for 2 freezers. We actually opened them to actually push the machine to compress energy, because you know this is the freezers and the pump do not work non-stop 24 hours, only when it's cold inside. So we just when it's hot inside, so we just open the freezers for a few minutes to make them warm inside, and after then connect and checking what's happened. And after like 3 minutes, the usage was dropped by 80-90%. That was quite amazing. But only on the free. But everything, I think that depends of type of fuel load, because this is the other story. I mean, I don't gonna open this case now, but is a huge story what we got behind the Magrav, because that's, for me, is like I just connect another antenna to the Magrav, and some type of devices work like a perfect giant antennas. It's like you connect the Magrav to a huge giant tree, and only one problem is home electric grid who is unable to take this power back again. We just need weights and nano-coat the cables inside the walls, the stuff like that, waiting to actually build the field, because that's the field nano-coat all these cables. And if everything is done, we actually able to push the boundary. I mean, I think, I don't know, the limits, I don't know, maybe it's possible drag all London using a free Magravs. Seriously, all the town. It's so powerful machine. I just tried checking now the different size for coils, because that's quite interesting. If I will connect to Magravs, the one is 144 and 81, and another gonna be in parallel, but in the reverse, with the smaller coils, 108 and 154, which is actually stepped down, but by 1-3 with the same proportions, with the same numbers, with the same 9, and the same scale. It's the same numeric system, because it's not typical maths. It's more like I don't know, kind of Steinmetz maths, mathematics from Nikola Tesla time, something like that. Mathematics more like a symbolic language representing cycles. That's the idea behind. So I get the same cycle, but much more faster interaction, because the smaller coils generate much more faster interaction. That's how they look. That's when I expect the small coils. Even if you put the hands top of the coils, you just feel it twice times stronger than normal average coils with the normal size, which is quite interesting. So let's see what's gonna happen. I mean, it's probably next maybe 5 days or something like that to put the coils to the working condition and connect to my home grid and blow up everything. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Great to hear you're experimenting and taking things to the max there. Thank you, Tom, for your expose there. It was really good, really good. Maybe we'll get more on that. We'll get more report on that next week, perhaps.
Yes, sir.
Jay mentions, in the capacitor, is there a way to unload the contents slowly so it doesn't all deplete in one go? Well, yes, you can do that. For example, I think they use capacitors for some cameras instead of batteries, and it's just, it can take many flashes. It just has a circuit to take off a bit at a time. You can use resistors and so on in the circuit to prevent full discharge. That is similar to a battery that way. If you short the battery terminals directly, you'll empty the contents of the battery rather rapidly, usually melting something or blowing something in the meantime. But a capacitor is meant to be shorted directly, and that's the difference between the two. It's used for more balancing circuits than delivering the power usually. Okay, we can get into that more another time perhaps. Was there something else someone wanted to present here? I want to wrap things up fairly soon, but
I don't need to take very much time. This is Denny.
okay.
I'll just show a little bit on that TetraJoint.
Yeah, great.
I won't go into the theory too much. I'm still developing some of it, and a lot of the stuff that I just need to do more research. So I will show you a couple of things. Let me see if my video is working.
Oh boy, Denny's TetraJoints. All right, here we go.
So I've got a wand system that I want to show. This is just the rudimentary construction of it, and this type of wand system will sit on each one of these. This right here is the 12, the 6, the one at the top, the 3 base star formations. I wanted this size so I could get it in and out the door. I can turn it sideways and I can get it in and out the door. So that's where the
Yeah, that's cool. We can start to see this the shape there much better now. Yeah, neat.
yeah, that's for my drone system. So it's so small.
The hover
And,
drone, yes.
and so each one of these little stars they have different, as I make them, they'll have different strengths. The 3 base ones will be stronger. This top one will be not as strong as those 3 base ones. These 12 will be a little bit stronger than the 6. So there's going to be a flow up and around to the top. But this here is a magic wand. And one of the things when we're looking at plasma capacitors is that you send your capacitors. This is just a casing, even though it's copper, and there'll be nano-coated copper. You send your plasma, your capacitor coils to the center of this. And of course, if you can see down that these are hollow, let me see here if I can get this just right. They're not, they're okay. That one right there shows it goes through this one all the way over to the one here. Okay, each one of these is so. I'll be connecting.
Just to be clear, Denny, do they all do that? They all go through hollow, so you can see the other.
Yeah, they're all empty. Let me
Oh,
just.
that's a big feature. I didn't know it was like that.
Let me just grab a joint.
Well, it's a hell of a time to grab a joint.
Yeah, well, that's not the kind of joint. This is, and so
Okay.
actually, if I showed that, you can't see it too well with this, but you can see that each one of them goes from through it. There, it has an opposite. Each one has an opposite of the other.
Okay, I understand now. Mm-hmm.
And there's things I will want to connect all the wires at the center point, all the capacitors at the center point, and have one lead out, especially for the wand, have one lead out. And if I have to put batteries in this tube here, a AAA fits inside the copper tube. If I need to get a little boost.
Yeah, I think you could put a lot of double A's in there, and the ones now that they have that are lithium, you can make a very powerful wand out of that thing. I'm not sure what would happen then, but wow.
So the wand isn't complete without the hoops that I showed you last week. The coils, it will go from one. You see, there's the 6 spikes sticking out. There's 4 sets of 6 spikes that sit out, and so they'll cross. You can see also on, let me see, I think I can do it on this one. There's like this particular angle here. I better get back. My light's goofy. It's just being white, reflecting too much. So there's 2 of them that are set up on a 4 that's going across. Like here's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's
in the picture, so we can see it there.
Yeah, I was looking at it and I dropped it.
Thank you.
Then I lost the design. So what I'm working from is not working from theory. I'm just working from form to make up the theory. In other words, I have this form. Now, how can I best utilize it to do the theory I need? And so there's a group of 3. 1, 2, 3. There's 3 of those. There's groups of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's 2 of them. Let me see how that works. I got to get it. I've lost my, there it is. There's one that has, as you go around it, 1, 2, 3, 4. So most of them are set up in a pattern of 6s where you can go across it. You see, you'll see 6 on this. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Oops, I'm too high now. But anyhow, I just wanted to show that wand and the idea of the wand, because then you'd have 2 of them, and they're basically going to be health wands, where you have a set of 2, and you can have the fields between it. One will be stronger, one will be weaker. Also, as I start to understand the nature of this spacecraft, if the outside reactors need to be in a larger diameter, then I don't build a structure like that one over there, that crab-like spider-looking thing. I don't build it so it's all connected. I build it with separate reactors, and so this is my primary one to see how I can make things, to give it strength. There's no sense making this one here just except for the form, to see if I could make it using these joints, to see how I could make the form. And so there's a lot to be done there, just to make these little spikes the same size that goes all the way around there. I think there's 618 little TetraJoints, and there'll be about 11 of these little spikes coming out. So when all said and done and they're cut, that's 4 half-inch, 10-foot long copper pipes. 10 foot long, that's about a little more than 3 meters, if people understand meters rather than feet. So it's about a little over, because every meter is 39 inches, and a yard or a foot is 12 inches. Okay, so that's it. That's all I haven't put anything together. I don't know if you guys watch Petticoat Junction, but here in the States a while ago, there was a...
Not for about 40 years or so, but yeah.
Well, the thing was, this is Uncle Joe. He's moving kind of slow at the junction. That's where I am. I'm moving kind of slow.
Slow but steady wins the race, as they say.
Oh, this thing won't be complete for quite a while, because it all has to be understood, and it all has to be nano-coated. It all has to be Gans, the type of Gans. Now that I have a little more understanding of plasma capacitors, one of the things is how am I going to because each one of these coils that go in there are like a battery capacitor, but it's also giving off fields and taking in fields. So I'll need to know what fields I'm giving off and what
yeah, and do you want to connect everything or make it more like a capacitor connection than a direct connection? So these have to be choices that are made.
Well, one of the theories that I have is that if I connect them all at this one central point in the center, I may also want to connect them to the hoop that goes around, the hoops that go around. And I don't know what is going to be effective and what isn't going to be effective. And so I just, that's all in the stage of understanding, getting a better understanding of the field forces and how they work, understanding the different strengths of different plasmas and how they work, understanding the plasma capacitors and how they work. Somewhere along the line, I think we're going to be shown a generator system, and because I don't know how that works, then will I be able to generate something that will make this one work. Of course, this is just crude at the end. I could do all sorts of things and put special gemstones and crystals on the end, ball crystals on the end, just to make it look pretty, and a couple of ribbons.
Oh yeah, it's great for experimenting. You could put so many different things. Each of those tubes could be different, and you rotate the wand for different effects, you know, to point at it.
The handle's going to be important.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll stop the copper at a certain point and put a different kind of handle on here so that
Well, you'd want an opportunity to either ground yourself with the handle or to insulate yourself with the handle. Maybe a choice, like you could have a leather or plastic part of it that was insulated, and you could have another part that you touched with your hand to ground yourself to that unit, you know, depending on whether you were generating energies in the unit and didn't want it transferred to your body, or you were trying to, you know, ground it or transfer the energies into your body or through your body into it, and so on. There's different ways to look at it for sure.
If I wanted a steady flow, I could just, you know, just set it. But if I wanted I can spin it, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd have, of course, you have to imagine it completely finished and all nano-coated, and you have to understand what the.
Well, I could see one version in the garden as a garden stake. You know, you stick it in the ground. It's either self-powered or solar-powered, and rotates on its own with all these coils and gemstones in each of these modules. And it seems like, you know, if they were, I like the idea that they're electrically separated now. You have the copper short pieces all sticking out, and they go into an electrical insulator, this plastic. And so that makes each of these modules, each of these rods, tubes that stick out, able to be, you know, tuned, you might say, and individually, so you can have a gradient between one side and the other, for example, and without them being electrically connected. And maybe they could be plasmatically connected, or what I was thinking would be really cool would be to put argon gas in, maybe, or some other gases as a connector, a plasmatic connector inside. That could be interesting as well.
Yeah, these are all open in this particular unit, but you can cap them as well.
Yeah.
Everything can be capped. There's just a variety of things. I started with form, then I try to figure out the principle afterwards.
Yeah, right.
And so then what was it? What's so nice about this particular thing? It just came out. I came out fortunate. I found a aluminum tube that fits over this, and that fits just right. That fits the diameter of that plastic, that fits inside this 3/4 inch copper pipe, so I can put these together. And as I make them larger, let's say I make a larger one, there's no sense of, I mean, you're not limited by size if you don't want to. And by doing that, you strengthen the hub, but you also then have, like we had the opportunity of slicing the copper, slicing it and leaving that crack, and then slicing this, leaving the crack. The aluminum tube is just basically a spacer. at this particular part of my imagination. So
Well,
that's all I go ahead.
you definitely have the makings of a battery or a battery capacitor with the aluminum and copper there as well, especially if you can keep a nice gap in between and fill it with the right electrolyte or whatever. You could, or Gans, you could create either a battery or capacitor at your will.
Yes,
And,
once I
and then the copper over that could have another increasing effect as well. So you could have a three-layered sort of battery.
I can put, for a spacer, I can put a different gauge of wire and wrap the coil around it if I want to. It's just.
Well, you got infinite possibilities with this, and it doubles as a mace in case of self-defense. So, geez.
Well, basically, it's designed to neutralize the hate in your opponent.
Yes, I see a few of those in your garden. They might think twice about trying to do anything.
Swish and twinkle away their animosity. You see, and so then you don't have.
You could have little triggers that disperse Gans when from each of these tubes. For each situation, you need your zinc oxide Gans. You pull the trigger and poof, it poofs out into the atmosphere to neutralize your opponent, right?
Now this right here has become a fun obsession. Now you can. It's for you. I better pass you over some of these joints. Don't bogart the joints.
Well, I was going to say, are you going to make your joints available commercially as such? Are you going to actually make them?
The manufacturer makes them.
They make them already complete like that, ready to go.
Yeah, at this size. If you want them bigger, you can order them up. They'll design them bigger. This just happened to be the one that I ordered up for so that I could put 1/2 inch.
And they make them smaller as well, or you could order them smaller?
I was designing. I'd asked him design one where I would put 6 gauge and 4 gauge, 10 gauge copper in the holes, and so it would just be copper, solid copper wire. I mean, just be the wire itself. And so they would, but it takes them time to draw them up. And I think John said he has the capacity to draw things up for you too.
And he'll have the capacity to 3D print them probably in April, he said. So he's getting a new 3D printer.
And so where I get these, let me just write. Well, let me see here.
Yeah, if you give us the link, that'd be great.
I got it. What did I do with it? I had it sitting here. It's called Thingsmith.
Right. Okay.
Can you read that? Thingsmith.
Yep. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. Thingsmiths with an S on the end. Is that what that is? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an S.
Okay. Thingsmiths. And what would you call that item? It's the tetrahedral connector.
It's just called it's called a TetraJoint.
TetraJoint, right?
That's what I called it. Well, that's not what I called it. The guy that designed these to start with, put it out into the public. He did it.
Okay. Okay.
I think if I do this right, I can do this one more time. Just excuse me here for a minute, so that I'm going to share a screen, and I'm going to put this up here, and then I'm going to see what I got here. 3D viewer, load my 3D viewer. So I can move this around. So now you can see the hollow, that it's hollow. You see, because you're looking straight down a tube. You're looking straight down a tube. And so now you see the, let me annotate just for, don't need to take too much time. You see there's the spin of the 6 right here. This is the 3 that intrigued me, that would make the base of the star formation. And so, and could set it up as a star formation. Let me where's my annotation? I can clear my drawing. So get rid of this so I can move for the thing again. Let me see. Anyhow, you get it. You can go and it's called https://grabcad.com library /tetrahedron/2.
Yeah, I see
Not
that now.
/2, but -2. And
Yeah.
so let me see.
Just put that up.
It's better that it shows here because a lot of times you can't see the chat. But that's where you'd go to get this drawing. And so I asked ThinkSmith, and I just needed somebody to make a 3D component of this. And so I happened to find ThinkSmith, and they were in the United States. They were in Michigan. So that's why I chose them.
And what, you sent the STP file? Is that what they used to? I see they have a PRT file, an STP file, and
This is this GrabCAD is a type of open source CAD file, and I think it's a cloud file where you don't have to download anything. It's the CAD thing is cloud, so you don't have, you just link on it if you're a CAD user, or you do CAD.
It's got two different versions here. That's also, I think both of them work. It's just a matter of which manufacturer you have, or one's a .stp, one's a .prt.3.
And just let me see if I scroll down.
They're both 3D files.
Let me go back here. Scroll down. Oops. Yeah. There's some information down here that shows who actually drew this. Renee Shaft. And so back in April 19th. So there's a community, join the community. That's just, this is the kind of thing that's there if you want it. So that's it. And the reason I like this 3D loader, because then you get a chance to see this. And I was looking for somebody to do a CAD drawing and make this kind of joint for me when I stumbled across this particular website. It was kind of serendipitous. And so that it just saved me a lot of time and a lot of expense. So this gives you a better look of that TetraJoint than my showing it in the photograph, because my light wasn't very good. And so this it gives it's there it is if people want to experiment with it, come up with ideas, because I just have some simple ideas that I'm working on. And so somebody else, if they think this is of value to them, then can utilize it. There are some things that Mr. Keshe said that is interesting to me. He said it in passing. He said such a thing. Let me do an annotation. He said, nobody is doing hoops. See, there'd be a hoop here and a hoop that goes across there. Any 6, there'd be a hoop that goes across there. That's a 6. Let me see, there'd be one that would go across this group here. So there's 4 hoops. And what those hoops do forms a vector equilibrium. So you can look up vector equilibrium. And you can get those who, you can find out what it looks like. Librium, vector equilibrium, and that's has Buckminster Fuller's vector equilibrium. There's different natures. Just give me a moment, one more moment of your time tonight, and I'll go back in case somebody wants to see this stuff again. So what is this? Clear drawing, get rid of my annotation. I want to stop screen share, but I want to come back in with another. This is a paint. I want to come back in and show you this just so that I don't leave you out in the cold. So what am I doing here? Screen share this. So I think I showed this to you. There's the four hoops that make the vector equilibrium, which is basically a triangle, 6 triangles and 4 squares. And that's where the TetraJoint sits inside and makes these hoops. And so in this case, I'm using double coils. And the way I'm doing it, I hope don't freak people out when I'm finally done with it. And they'll say, well, that's not the way to do it. And it probably won't be. And so that's why I'm using the wands first to do my experimenting rather than doing the spaceship and putting everything in all at once. I want to do some experimenting with the wands first. And that's pretty much my presentation. And if anybody has questions, they sure can ask me.
Thank you very much, Denny. Okay, any questions for Denny on this stuff? Anybody need any more information? Song Kim mentions in the chat .prt is a SolidWorks file, okay, and .step is a universal CAD format. But I didn't see the step there, but oh, that'd be the .stp. Yes, right. Ah, thank you, Song Kim.
Oh,
yes.
From Thingsmiths, I bought 30 of them, and when I ironed it out, it was something like $7.80 a TetraJoint.
Okay, that's really good information as well. And you would have to buy that many to get that discounted price, or?
30 isn't very many, but $7.80 added 30 times, that comes to a
couple $100 or more, yeah.
Yeah, a fun night on the town.
Yes, exactly.
You
get to have more than one fun night on the town, though.
And so I think they would charge you somewhere around $10 for
right. That's what I was thinking.
For
yeah.
a few of them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's really good to keep in mind. That's probably translates to $15 to $20 each in Canada, but that's okay. Still, it's if you really need them, it's a really elegant way to go, and might be the you could build some incredible systems with I see as having this oscillating sort of system with that center hole gives a possibility of sort of a vibrational thing going from one tube to the other and so on that might be able to be set up. You could tune it just by the length of the tubes, for example, is one way. You could set up an oscillation from different sized tubes so they all resonate and the phi harmonics and that kind of thing.
Different materials as well. They all don't have to be copper.
That's right.
And but I think you have to have some kind of an idea of what you want before you do it.
Yeah. There's like Mr. Keshe says, there's as many reactors as there are stars in the universe. Well, many types of reactors, rather, not just reactors. And just looking at this, that's most of the stars in the universe just in this one device alone, as far as possibilities go.
So I just showed like one hoop on that in that one drawing, but you would set up instead of one set of 4 hoops, then you could make 2 set of 4 hoops. You can make 3 set of 4 hoops. What's so nice is where's this little thing? This is the thing I saw at Shapeways and bought. That was like my inspiration to do this, is that you could put 4 hoops at the end of each one of these ball. You could, like I was saying, I could put some kind of circular rare stone, rare crystal or something, and then you could put the 4 hoops around it and feed it back into the center, and you'd have so there's ideas involved there. In fact, if you want, you can fill these things up with neodymium round magnets. If you want to look at the magnetism side of things, and put a ball magnet in the center, and disc magnets in the tubes. And I don't know what that'd do for you. It probably won't be better than Gans. And so, but I don't know what time we got. I think I should get off of the board. No questions. There's no need to linger on.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so thank you, Denny. That was excellent. Anybody else have something they want to do show and tell here? I'm gonna wind things up pretty soon here, like right away, because my lights are flickering. I think someone's probably hit the local telephone pole. Maybe the wires are just sort of hanging or something like that. That's usually what happens here when there's snow on the ground, which is usual for Canada, but not for this part of Canada. We've had major snowfalls. Well, for this area, it sticks on the ground and makes people spin. Okay, anybody else have something to say there? John, I see you have your microphone open.
Yeah, hi guys. Hi Rick. Nice to be. How are you doing? And great work and info there. I was just wanting to add a little bit to what you just touched on then with, I watched a documentary on a guy who worked in the secret space program, and he talked about some of the technology using crystals, neodymium magnet, and a geranium material to create the outer or inner shell of the craft to give the anti-gravity. It also involved palladium as a material. It was a guy who put a lot of information together before he was dying. I'll try and find the link so that it might be just worth a look, because he used a quartz egg crystal, and that's what I've been looking at, using egg-shaped crystals because of the gravitational magnetic shape. That's the field shape I think potentially we should be looking at, and can we reverse that to give lift as well? That's part of my looking at understanding of different aspects and including.
May I answer that?
Yeah.
If that's okay, thank you. For the last year, I've been trying and working and trying to understand the so-called plasma is being produced with all the matter state devices, like sort of Tesla coils and everything. And I've been trying to collaborate all the possible things and trying to understand even the connections so that I can collaborate it well enough with the Magrav coils, and which I have tried almost everything. And there are a couple of things that which I haven't created, the pressurized tube, but I've already had one. I bought one, and I've tried it. I played with that. Well, one thing that I can just say, everything that people call as plasma that they think they produced in their tubes, they may be called that, but it's irrelevant to our understanding, to my understanding. That is the conclusion that I came to. I've tried to connect it and use a high voltage capacitors, seriously dangerous ones, like some sort of Hutchinson effects, and I tried to use very retro devices and stuff like that. Once it's so clever and intelligent. I don't want to make it pump it up our coil system, but Onuson's design is a unique design. I've never seen it on anywhere. Any information. I'm not talking about nanocoding it. Just going into one into another, and then the end goes in again and then comes out. This design, I'm not talking technically, never been seen anywhere. Plus, nanocoding it gives a crown to this design. I can't believe this, because I've tried it, and I've given a serious energy electric to it, not a scratch. I haven't seen. If you nanocoated it well enough for your understanding, nothing happens to it. Matter state is irrelevant. It goes into some other state. I don't know if we should call it plasma. I don't know, because when I hear plasma now, I'm a bit slightly irritated, because people are doing some things that they call it plasma. It's not what we have. It's absolutely no correlation in between those. That's all I can say. But it has never been tried, and it's still being denied. That's what I don't understand, because I have investigated up to its core that the so-called plasma is being generated with high energy and electricity. Is they can call it plasma. Our side is totally a different world, different dimension into it directly. We're not trying to create a physical environment to be able to dive into it. We already have it in our hand, and we're in it. That's what I have realized for the last 1 year. So therefore, I can confidently say that no matter what is out there on any YouTube, or you see it, they call it a plasma. They let them call it a plasma, but what we're dealing with should be called something else. I believe a different dimension, different understanding, not a matter state. That's what I come to, but I'm still working on it. Thank you.
Just say just interactions between the plasma fields. That's what we're looking for. Interaction between bunch of interactions, different interactions between plasma fields. Everything what you got is a plasma. I mean, it's not a common knowledge, but if you touch anything, if you think you touch anything, you're wrong. You don't touch anything. Between you and everything around you is always space, always. That was a big mystery from science for a long time, when they discovered the huge microscope and they started to check what's going to happen with the lasers and stuff like that. When you touch something, it always is a empty space between you and something. If you hold cup with cup of tea in your hand, you don't hold this cup. That's your intention. Create the field, and this field, this is the invisible.
I'll show you one last thing: a perpetual motion.
A cup of tea. That's all. That's the field. That's the
Before we
that's
end the
plasma.
program, this I have. What you see is here is there is a pipe inside it, and it's got CO2 in it. The most sort of really, it is the first one to disappear in containers, and it is the first one to make things more exciting, and creates a little bit more vacuum. Depends on how you construct. It's been moving minuscule around this. Since I have placed it here, I stepped on the floor, like I jumped if it's affecting, and I hold my breath and everything. It wants to turn, but because of its connection, it moves sort of left and right at the moment. What I have in there is another story. I have many sort of different balls within different cores. They're all unique. We could call it plasma cores. And but yes, I've tried this billions of times to be able to get this perpetual movement, but the key was to actually, I'll show you. I have to show you. I mean, where is it? Okay. It's a pipe inside and a CO2 in it, and tightly wrapped around a copper coil, a copper wire, as simple as that. And just to create the different sort of interaction, I've done a secondary coil on top of it, and it's just hanging from its connection. I really did have tried it many times, and sort of being really careful, and just so that I know that the movement is real. I just left it just like that. It finds its position somehow, and it continues, goes on and on and on. So the key was actually, to my understanding, to all my experiments, CO2 should be, it's like a spark plug. Even though it comes sort of CH3, CO2, and then CO2, but which one is the beginning? Which is the direction? What determines the direction? Maybe CO2 is the direction. It says, look, I'm not moving at all. It just now, I've checked the USGS if there was any earthquake. Well, there was an earthquake sort of 20, 40, maybe half an hour ago here in Idlewild, and I saw that moment, and then it sort of stopped. I am not breathing towards that. I am not moving my legs. And
I mean, the best option, if you get possibility, brought some what's called it's like a glass dome sphere. It's like a kind of glassy jar. We had no any bottom in, and the best idea is put to the kind of plexiglass big pipe and check what's gonna happen if you're gonna really isolate your piece of wire from outside environment. Because I mean, I've got many times through with my stuff because it's a very
I have actually done
we didn't
all
see
those.
how many you know, we got around how many things shaking because we walking, because we do something. The small shakes, the longer line you got from your roof, the bigger absorption for all the small impulses. So this quite.
Are you looking at the video right now?
Yeah.
It started moving faster. Have you noticed? Because when just when you start talking, it has started.
If you like to try nano-coat the copper, that's gonna be a good idea, probably.
I'll be spraying it, a spraying caustic, including some food caustic. Well, the food Gans that I have made, and that's just what I try to do. I put in proportion to, in respect to its dimensions, I try to put enough of everything, if you see what I mean. But still moving, look. So really I mean, I've tried this, I'm telling you it's the second time, but CO2, no matter what you got down there, okay, if you have CO2 in that, it came to a point where I can say it confidently, it just gives you this result. What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, of course I know, but in terms of usage, need to think about it a lot more, really. All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Alper. That's interesting. It'd be good to do some more experiments with that and isolate it more, perhaps. Like it could be air currents. I don't think the air currents will make it move that much, but there could be vibration and movement in the floor that's just a little bit to make the tripod move and that kind of thing.
I really did get the sort of
try to nail
understanding
down
on the vibration of the floor, because I do have big time paranoia. If it wasn't the real thing, I wouldn't show it at all. But it's still a little minimal. We'll see tomorrow, and if that still continues, and I'll know in the third days maybe, I don't know. But yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
it's just exciting. Just all that is really beautiful.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, there's resonances that have to be taken into account. The twisting effect of the wire, where you have something on the bottom that will rotate due to the wire's tension and so on. But yeah, that's interesting, and it could be very well be an effect there. This is what we've been looking for quite some time, to get that interaction effect between the CO2 Gans and other coils and whatnot. I've spent a lot of time also trying to trace down that interaction, and with rotating things and whatnot, using magnets and coils.
Well, yes, I know. I've been trying that too, madly, and but I think the CO2 is rolled with like covered with copper wire, is inevitably it will move. That's just because I've changed the settings underneath it, many different ones, which I have, I mean, not so careful, and it still moves. See if anybody tries it and shows me otherwise, I'll be happy to. go ahead and understand it more.
Yep, that's a good one. That should be done under like clinical laboratory conditions and all recorded and in a university maybe or some other industrial lab. And then it would give true credentials to that experiment because many people have tried similar things and maybe some of them are working, some of them aren't. But it's hard to tell under there are usually pretty funky conditions we have in our
I know,
ordinary labs, you know. It's hard to go totally pro sometimes.
Absolutely,
But
absolutely. I'll be monitoring it. I'll be checking it out, sort of, you know, very, very carefully. But it's still moving. I mean, that's just madness.
John Kane's showing. I'll just show his video briefly there, John. He's showing a.
Yeah. This is.
Let me just get it up on the screen. Just showing a the pendulum effect, right?
Yeah, just the magnets that picking up the plasma field from the other side of the house. So, you know, I'm getting
Super nice.
perpetual motion throughout my house and car. You know, if I put it on. But my fields have been big. I think I've shown you this before, Rick. And that could do with your email address as well, if possible, Rick. And I'll send you a bit of info over that I'm going to put together that you can share with everyone. I just wanted to. So, you know, I'm quite impressed with the power that's coming out of.
May I ask what was attached to that rope that you have, like a black bead or what, like
magnet? Yeah, magnet, just small. They were like a wrist bracelet, you know. Like,
okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I'll just pop them.
Yeah.
Tiny.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Listen, amazing. How come they turn that way? I mean, yeah. I don't want to make it a big deal, but yeah. How does that? How does it work? I don't know. I mean, I have those magnets. I've tried them. Let me try it. Tell me how I can.
Just put the intention. The ones with the coils. I put a few things on YouTube. If you look under my name,
Okay, sure.
I've got an account. There's quite a few in my name, but
absolutely.
Just put in Keshe Magrav perpetual motion or something like that, and
wonderful.
I put a coil with a crystal or a glass ball, wireless one that I hadn't even rigged up, and I was getting quite a pacey spin, you know. So
yeah, wonderful. I'm gonna look at it right away. That's great. I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I mean, it's a great thing, isn't it? To just see it. I mean, you sound like you're creating it, like with your intention. But what I've done was just put a couple of plasma filled, you know, containers and stuff, and it's just keep turning. And I have been trying it, and I came to a point where I just have done it. I have just achieved it with millions of combinations that I've done, but doing it with your intention is easier.
Yeah.
I should have tried.
It looks like Jay put the link in the chat there.
Okay, thank you.
And John, I sent you my email address if you want to send things to me directly.
Oh, thanks.
And yeah, it shows John's channel there according to Jay. So I'm just put that into the
Nice.
live
John,
stream.
may I ask you something?
Yeah.
I mean, this small magnets. I was months ago, but
your sound's breaking up.
Yeah.
One test.
Test.
Should be fine now.
Getting better, yeah.
All right. I was done this experiment with the pendulum and the magnets, small magnets, not neodymium, just normal one from the old computer speakers, the small ones, the kind of ring, just magnetic ring, the small one, the dark one. And I was nano-code them then. That was huge change. I was putting normally like I do coils and then all the stuff. Just nano-code these magnets, and after I nano-code them, I would Gans tip of the magnets, and I go completely crazy. And the funny things, I still got these magnets. When you hold in your hands, you basically feel magnetic fields between your hands, like normally, but with the magnets, it's much more stronger. But if it's not coated, of course, there's something really cool. If you like to try, I really recommend to you. It's quite interesting thing. Normal average magnets. No, you don't need any neodymium magnets and stuff like that. They just normal.
Okay. I mean, I've not coated them, but I do try and run or leave things around my plasma unit so that maybe the plasma flowing over equipment does some of the integration for you effectively. That's what I was wondering with once you're generating the plasma, does that coat a lot of your environment for you automatically, you know?
You probably
Here. I'm gonna have to wrap things up here, guys. It's been 5 hours, my ears are burning, and I think that my system's about to go down here actually. So I'm gonna have to wrap it up for now, but it's been a great evening, morning, wherever it's been, and lots of good information came out. Thanks to everybody for contributing their various strange and unusual combinations, and it inspires us all to think in other directions and other ways, because that's really important. We're not here just to cookie cutter other people's stuff. We are here to understand and move forward with our own knowledge with these things. So if that can inspire people, a little bit of information here and there is enough to get things going in our brains and think in other directions, and keep increasing our knowledge on this so we get closer to our goals, which are various in this realm. Okay, enough yakking. I think we're done now. And thanks to everybody also on Livestream. There's some participation there as well. And yeah, let's wrap it up for now. So basically, thanks everyone, and we'll see you back again next week. Keep your things growing and running and so on, and keep adding to them. We like to see them each week because it's fun. Alright, let's call it a night, call it a day, call it whatever you want. Goodbye for now on Livestream.